All right. Hello, welcome everybody. This is Shane Hyman. I'm here with DAKAR Foundation at the UCLA 2025 Pulse Conference. And we're excited to be here celebrating. We've brought our student apprentice here to do some digital media and entertainment for the Pulse Conference. Very excited. Extra shout out to Mr. Jay Tucker, who always puts on a phenomenal annual event. And here joining me right now is one of our star student apprentice, Lou, and he's been learning, he's been applying, and he's having a good time at the conference. Go ahead and tell the folks how it's going today so far.
Yeah, so I mean, the event's going amazing, man. From the jump, it's been all good vibes. Everything's going smooth. The times are good. Nothing's nothing's going haywire, which is really good because the best way to get a good event, you want the smoothest transitions, the smoothest talks, the smoothest everything to make sure everything is smooth. And I'm honestly really excited to see the more interviews that we're getting because we have the team running around right now. We got a couple interviews. We have a team in there inside the conference area, as well. So I'm really excited to see what the interviews look like afterwards and seeing everybody that we get a chance to interview.
Man, that's right, Lou. It is. It's very exciting. I'm glad that all the other students are here learning. You're having a good time. You're being hands-on, right? So you have a chance to be exposed to these industry leaders. You have a chance to get exposed to the professionals, the folks in academia. You get all of that while also being able to be hands-on, work the tools, learn how to do a stream, learn how to work the professional camera and audio equipment and things of that nature. And the one thing that I'm very excited about is when we think about the DAKAR Foundation and digital media and entertainment, we're talking about learning, applying, and most importantly, the point that I want to make here is flexibility. So when you come to a conference like this is a big conference. They have so many different sound stages, right? They have the main stage, they have other interview rooms, they have a lot of things going. But we have been able to cut out our own little corner here and put together our own broadcast as well through a student apprentice program where folks are being able to have paid work experience and apply this. So thank you very much for being here. And everybody who's tuning in or watching this as a replay, we're just going to do some B-roll. We want you guys to see the excitement. We just finished one of the conferences. You saw folks coming out of the main room. We want you to see the excitement around here, and we'll be getting started with another interview very soon. Don't do what? Oh, to make sure that they don't touch.
Yeah, am I going to pick up on ears or something?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I just got this one. It's the one.
We're good? Okay.
I don't know if I need.
Tell us when we can go. All right. Jay Tucker here at UCLA Anderson. I'm back with Sabrina and Lamont. I want to first give them a chance to tell you who they are and what they do. Lamont, you're up first.
Lamont Pete, film producer, Warner Brothers. So I talk about the projects as well. Coming out with a new film, the Sammy Davis Jr. movie. Start production in August. Tommy Davidson, Jim Carrey, Hugh Jackman.
Love it. And Serena.
Film director and actress. and the head of Extinguished Youth Productions.
So one of the things that I wanted to talk to the two of you about is around building a career in Hollywood. It's not easy, right? And I feel like for folks that are coming from backgrounds where they don't already have somebody who's in the business, who is already doing things or can point out opportunities to them, it's even harder. Can you talk a little bit about your journeys? Maybe Sabrina, you start first. What have you been doing to get yourself in the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the number one thing is having your materials ready to go and really working on yourself. Nobody's going to know you exist and is looking for you until you make yourself available to them and let them know that you exist. And I think the best way to do that for me was really focusing on making sure I had everything ready to go for entertainment specifically, whether that be headshots, a reel for my directing, and having, the proper representation. And I think a lot of people think that's harder than what it actually is, but if you have everything ready to go, reaching out to agents and managers that you're interested in, that made it super simple for me to get proper representation.
I love that. Lamont, what do you think?
Well, for me, it started off a little different because, I come from the world of reality television. I'm one of the pioneers of reality TV, my first show being Blind Date.
Hey, man, I was a big fan of Blind Date, Olympic Date, Fifth Wheel, whatever. Yeah,
I brought everything back.
Right.
So I think that the secret, kind of piggybacking off what she said, you got to be the best at your craft. It's always changing. You have to continue to perfect it. There's a lot of technology out there. You have to really be up on it. And you have to secure great relationships. The days of just going at it alone, it doesn't exist. For me, the best way is getting a team of people. Everybody excels in that particular position. And we work as a team, as a unit, to go after those projects.
I love that. And the thing is, I want to stitch together the two things you said. Because you talked about finding an agent and you're talking about finding a team.
Yep.
When you think about being successful, always that involves other people. But finding the right people for you is not always easy. There's no perfect person, but there are some people that are perfect for you. Can you talk about your process when you're thinking about who's the best agent to represent me or who's the best person to collab with? And same for you, Lamont, when you think about folks that are going to fulfill certain roles on a project, what are you looking for?
Absolutely. I think exactly what Lamont said about finding a solid team. And I think you know that based on your core values. For me, sitting down with agencies, whether it was the biggest agencies in the industry or a small boutique agency, I wanted to find someone who was going to have my best interests and understand the types of stories I wanted to tell, especially with my background as a young Black woman. I wanted someone who was going to be in my corner and understand the types of stories and the types of people I want to represent in the industry. So it wasn't necessarily, I'm just going to sign with this agency because they're well known. I wanted to find someone who actually understood my personality, the types of stories I wanted to tell, and the types of roles I also wanted to go after.
Yeah. I'm already kind of like a part of a big studio. I also produce TV shows for Endeavor. So I'm kind of like already in this big corporate structure. I started off with an agent that was at a big agency, and I can tell you that there's a plus and minus to it. You can get into these places because your cachet rises to a certain level, but that doesn't mean that the people that are on your team are going to necessarily go to the mat for you. A lot of times, finding people who work independently, but all they do is breathe and sleep your vision, tends to be, for me, that's what works the best. Even getting back to my agent, like my agent was originally at a big agency. She left. I could have stayed there, but I stayed with her. But because her grind matched my grind, is exactly what I need. I need you to be. You can't represent me and not have my level of hustle because I'm insane. And unfortunately and fortunately, sometimes you can run into like a big shop, and if they might side pocket you, and then you kind of got to make your way around. You might be lucky if somebody really believes in you, but at the end of the day, your hustle has to be intense, and you got to demand that the people that are on your team match that, have the same passion. Then you got a friend like Jay Tucker.
I don't know about all that. Jay. Where did Savages go? The woman who was over here smiling. Oh, there she is. That's about it.
Give me yours.
Oh, this is on the mic.
Louis, are these yours?
Okay. She should be here today.
Oh, she here?
She will be this afternoon when
Okay. Hi, I'm Sabrina, and today I'm here with Tony Long. And Tony, can you tell us a little bit about you and what brings you out today?
Sure. My name's Tony Long. As you noted, I'm an entertainment and business transactions attorney at Mount law firm in Pasadena. On the entertainment side, I usually represent writers, producers, directors, more on that side of it than the company side. I'm here because, number one, this is a great conference. My classmate from Stanford, who I absolutely adore, Jay Tucker, does this every year. And he invites me, and so I'm like, I want to show up, and I had the opportunity this year to show up. Last year, I think I was busy working and couldn't make it, but this year I made it a point. I'm definitely going to be here.
Amazing. And you know, you talk about going to school, and how do you think that your school and your degree prepared you for what you're doing today?
Oh, law school definitely prepares you. Undergraduate at Stanford, I got a degree in communication, which I think definitely plays a huge role in what I do and the connections that I'm able to make.
Yeah.
My law degree opens a ton of doors in terms of who I get to meet, who I get to interact with, and on what level. And so I would say education is a huge advantage in that regard. I mean, you can be a lawyer without going to law school, but it's a really long, hard road, and I would not advise it. I would say because going to law school, the biggest thing that I got out of that, aside from my legal education, is networking and the relationships with my classmates, which allow me to have connections with other attorneys all over the country in various practice areas.
Absolutely. And what advice would you offer someone who is maybe getting started in law school right now?
Oh, that's a really good question. What advice would I offer them? I would tell them to really spend time. You have to take a certain core of courses that every law student across the nation takes. Beyond those, only take things beyond that you enjoy, that you want to learn about. You're going to get prepared for the bar exam. So don't worry about taking bar courses just for the sake of taking bar courses. Take things that you enjoy, that you want to learn about, that you want to know more about. And also take things that challenge you. That's really the greatest advice I would give them. And also enjoy it, exhale, have fun with your friends. This is a difficult profession. I mean, it's challenging, it's hard. And so you don't want to get burnt out before you even get there.
Right. And you're specifically in entertainment.
Yes.
What made you choose that sector specifically?
Oh, I wanted to go to film school. All through high school, I was preparing to go to film school, and I wanted to be a film producer. And then it was okay, but I also want to be a lawyer. Which degree will allow me to get a job and pay off these loans, because the loans were going to be considerable from either endeavor. And I said, okay, law school will give me that opportunity. I don't need to go to film school to be a film producer. And so I'm now adjacent to the industry via my law degree and my legal profession. I work with a lot of producers, and I have now opportunities myself to become a producer. So that's really what led me into it. And also, I love helping creatives. I saw an opportunity where a lot of creatives, especially those who look like us, are not protected. They don't get great legal advice, or if they get any at all. And I saw a need to offer that representation for people who look like us and everyone else, for sure.
That's incredible. And, you know, today we're here with the DAKAR Foundation, and something they're working towards is providing creatives with the opportunities to get jobs in entertainment sector specifically.
Yeah.
And I'm curious for you, when is the right time in a creative's career to get an entertainment lawyer and
That's
seek
a great
someone
question.
out like you?
No, it's a great question. I get that a lot. I would generally say it's an individual. The answer depends on the individual. But I would say if there's something that you're working on and someone puts a contract in front of you and you don't understand that contract, you need to hire a lawyer. Because what they tell you and what's in the contract, if they don't match, you're going to be stuck with what's in the contract. And so I've had a lot of people come to me after they've signed, which I think is always very curious, and say, can you get me out of this? And generally the answer is it's going to be really expensive to get you out of this. It would have been a lot cheaper, a lot less expensive to advise you before, you know, and so I leave it up to the individual, but I would definitely say don't sign anything. You know, if you have a script and that is your baby, don't sign an option agreement or something, or a shopping agreement, without having a lawyer look at it to protect your rights, because there's a lot of stuff that you don't know what you don't know.
Absolutely.
And I say that for the layperson for sure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Oh,
This has
thank
been
you.
so insightful, and I really appreciate your time.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're a great interviewer.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Are we?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
I'll let you take all your check back.
I know, right? You know, put a, oh, well, I guess
I'm in with all these mics.
I know, right? Would you like to like the other?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe one on each side. You okay with that?
Sure. Good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Still so it's that. This is a really nice place.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Still,
Another one?
this is Mike.
Oh. Got you. No, it's gonna go that way. Got you.
Direction. Training. Yep.
Hi, Sabrina. What's your name? Sabrina. Amber. Nice to meet you. What type of questions do we got going on today? I'm going to ask you about what field you're in, kind of how you got there, your thoughts on if you feel your education helped you.
Sorry, I know you guys are getting acquainted before you start. Just
No,
take one step to the right, please. There we go.
Oh, right here. Yes.
There we go.
If you feel your education helped you, and then kind of just like depending on what sector, what area are you in? I'm in communications. Okay. Public relations. Nice. Yes. So actually, yeah, I can speak to that because my education did help me get there. Are you UCLA on? No, I wish. I'm actually from New York. Nice. Where did you go to school? I went to school at City College. Nice. Yes. So City College, I got my bachelor's there, and I specialized in communications and PR and advertising, which I can speak to. Yeah. Hi, I'm Sabrina, and today I'm here with Amber Roman, Communications Manager for Venues with COSM. Awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about your background, what you studied, and how you got into this? Yeah, absolutely. So I went to City College of New York over in Harlem, regular Harlem in New York. And so I specialized in advertising and public relations, and I really went more on the public relations side of things, and I got my bachelor's. And right before I actually graduated with my bachelor's, I interned with a PR agency called Finn Partners in New York. And so I actually started off my communications career with them. Wow. And how important would you say the interning process was pivotal to your career? Yeah, no, it's definitely pivotal. I feel like it's well worth it because you gain a lot of experience from being an intern. I will tell people who are going into this field or any field, interning helps so much. You learn a lot, you meet a lot of people, and actually it opens more doors for you than you really expect. So I feel like going through that process of interning at agencies or companies, it's worth the effort. Amazing. And I guess in terms of moving up, what advice would you give to someone who's maybe starting at that intern level or they're starting as an assistant and they want to move up in the company? For sure. Definitely ask questions. You know, never be afraid to ask questions or jump in where there's help needed. Be sure to always be a helping hand. I feel like companies see that and they're, willing to bring you into the company full time because they know that you're always willing to help and you're willing to assist and you're willing to learn. So since you're so eager and you have so much drive that benefits the agency or the company, that they know that they're actually investing in someone who appreciates the things that they're doing. Absolutely. And clearly you went to school in New York and you're from New York. Yeah. You're here in LA. Yes, so what was that transition like for you? And did you transition for a job? And what advice can you offer in that? So I actually moved to LA February 2024. I was still with Finn Partners, so I was with them for close to 4 years.
And then I worked with Kazam. Kazam was one of our agency, one of our clients. And so when I worked with them, it helped open up their venue over here in Los Angeles. And so when I saw that they were growing their team, I felt like I really resonated with the company and the things that they were doing. And I felt with the communications manager role that this would be a great jump in my career, and it would be beneficial to me and the steps moving forward to actually growing as a communications person or professional. So when I saw that, I took the steps into submitting my resume, interviewing, and then also just jumping right into the great things that Cosm brings. So it wasn't a bad transition. Of course, going from New York to LA was super scary because you're like, I don't really know anybody over there. Yeah, how am I gonna make it? But honestly, like, take the leap. If there's anything someone is afraid to do, just take the jump and do it, because honestly, it's gonna work out in the end. Like, absolutely, never be scared. They say take the leap of faith, and it's true. Just do it, and your dreams will come true. To be honest.
Right on. I did the same transition, so I completely.
Where are you from? LA or New York? You went to welcome, hey, East Coast to West Coast.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I guess my last question to wrap this up for you would be, we're seeing the rise of AI.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, how has that impacted your specific field? And is there a world in which there's an intersection, in your opinion?
AI, I feel like there's always pros and cons to new emerging technologies. So with AI, it definitely helps for a PR professional because you use like things like Grammarly, right? It's kind of like the same. I'm writing a pitch and I want to make sure that either the format is correct or just to get like a second opinion. I kind of throw it in there and just see where it can fix it, but I'm not really asking it to do the job for me. Same thing with ChatGPT. I know there's companies that use, like, even PR companies or even publications like magazines, they use ChatGPT or AI to write articles for them. But really, I think it should be a tool to help you improve what you're writing or what you're doing versus substituting the actual job. It's there to help, it's not there to do it for you. So I feel like if people just keep an open mind to new technology, but also not try to replace the human factor in a position, then AI can, help you in better ways.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much. This has been so great speaking with you.
Oh, it's been great speaking with you. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Yes.
Oi.
Oh,
Sure.
you're still going for it, right?
I think so.
No, I can. Sure.
There's a little button here. Someone flipping it on.
I can get this video.
Yeah, you push it like this, and then the thing like this.
Okay, thank you.
Keep charging. Okay. So,
Amber, yeah. And then Roman. Oh no, Roman. Already? Second one.
Ending? Okay. If you can connect me, I'll be able to send you all the information, video.
Yay! And where would this be living?
It's going to be living at UCLA. Well, UCLA does not have a social media portal right now. So right now it's going to be living. It's a good question.
Let me see. No. Oh, here we go. Kevin Clark.
Yes, it's me. DAKAR Foundation for Performing Arts.
Nice.
Ping me. Let's find out here. Where could someone see any of the raw material if they just want to take a look at it? Yeah, is there a website or a URL?
Where's the other lady? Who's the other lady? Can they take the mic off her?
Stuff like that. Okay. Can you, I want to have.
What about the other lady? Because I had a mic on her.
So, what?
You know what direction she went in?
Oh, so it's living right now. Actually, it's going to. So,
Oh, okay.
where?
Is it going to be on UCLA Post?
Oh,
Yeah, you can send it.
Thank you. Okay. Since y'all talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah. Okay.
We're a little all over the place, as you can tell. Some of these events, we just kind of go with the flow, what they say on the fly with things. And I've worked with two different types of people as it relates to that aspect. One is like, cool, let's just figure it out. And then there's others that are just so organized, right? They're like, if we don't know what we're doing next, I don't know what, so
Yeah.
I'm happy to get to know this guy. I can tell you that I go now, I'm hoping that before we leave too, that we might do an interview. I know you interview, so maybe I can interview that way. Audience kind of get to know you guys.
Yeah. Sounds good.
It also means bring it up to people that understand. You're not going to be an expert in all aspects, but yeah, understand all aspects. Well, I'm still figuring out is how to keep an organization that charts pulling in all those boxes. It's awesome. Jay sent me over and said, I got to talk. I'm going to lock you up here. Let's put it on.
We're actually going to put two on you. I'm the first one. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to put a second one in as well.
All right. You need water?
Water, please.
Awesome.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. I'm done already. I'm exhausted.
We'll just short and simple. How long have you been here?
Here today or in LA?
Today.
I got the message from Jay, get here early, so I got here at 8:30.
Nice.
So yeah. Testing 1 2 1 2. We are good.
Testing.
All right.
Hey.
All right. I'm going for coffee. Absolutely. So Greg will be another good interview.
Okay, great. Are you originally from?
Fine, Greg. Fine. I don't want to be in the picture. Next one. You got to be interviewed after me. At some point today, you need to be interviewed. All right? Tom as well. Coffee spilling. Make sure I didn't spill myself. And so, why do we need a second microphone?
Capture your audio better, I guess. Oh, 2 different camera setups.
Got it.
So this one is
Did we lose the other one?
this swag. No. Oh, do you have?
So
didn't
he's.
mic
I
you
guess
with the
there's
second.
another mic I'm supposed to get.
Yeah.
It's confusing.
He'll get you in a second. Are you from LA originally?
Alaska.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And you?
Maryland and New York.
All right. Very cool. And so you're part of Kevin's program, or
No,
UCLA, or
helping Kevin out, but not in the program. Yeah.
got it. So another mic we need another mic, or that works. And so besides hosting, is that the career you're currently on, or you get dragged into this and go fix your hair, let me ask some questions?
Dragged a little bit. I'm a full-time director and an actress.
actress as well as a content creator.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
What kind of content are you creating?
I mean, mainly just do like come set with me videos and like share BTS and insight into the film industry with my journey. I have a production company, and so I started that in the pandemic, and it's kind of taken off through the years with social media.
And what platform are you primarily getting the most engagement with?
Well, TikTok and Instagram.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Wonderful.
Yours is on.
Yes.
Put it on, please. So you got to press for 3 seconds. That's it. Now,
Spence,
yeah.
Spence,
Yes,
you guys know each other so well now.
I know. I'm done. I'm like, what's that question again? I should have done a dress rehearsal on all these questions. All right.
So I can go mark there, please.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
So not the mark. The other mark. So I'd rather do backlit so I can be silhouette. You can get all the light. I'll be backlit.
Artsy. And how do you pronounce your last name?
For you, Beauvais.
Beauvais.
But it's Beauvais though.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you can say Beauvais.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Laseg, and today I'm here with Spence Bovey. So, Spence, thank you for doing this.
Yes.
And tell us what brings you out here today and what field you work in specifically.
Big supporter of UCLA's Center for Media. Was it Media, Sports, Entertainment? Something like that. It's a mouthful at Anderson. And I have a entertainment networking group called Westside Digital Mix. So we're a big supporter of different industry events. But Jay and the team do a great job at curating the content, the speakers for conferences like this. And it's not only the content, but also the people you meet at these events is important in networking.
And did you go to school, and how do you feel your education impacted where you are currently?
Yeah, I went to a small liberal arts college up in Washington and communications degree, so very broad communication studies, but been in the entertainment space, mainly in the marketing side, but also producing content as well. And the early stages of interactive media, now involved with emerging media, so immersive, interactive, AI, all that's part of this. What is the emerging technology and how does it impact the entertainment space?
Absolutely. And so with that, I would assume you're pro AI. And how do you think that intersection can coexist with entertainment?
I'm not sure if I label it pro AI. I think, just like sound came along, were you pro sound when you got in the sound business? I mean, there are pros and cons about AI, and I think we just have to have a very deliberative conversation about what tools exist, how are they being used, where are they being misused. So there's just a lot of unknown. Mm-hmm. Same thing when digital music came along and things were misused there. Just all along that, let's just say the last 40 years, it's all these evolutions and a lot of the challenges we have today with AI, same challenges we've had all along with the different type of digital technology and how it's being used. And are the creators and the creative people being treated fairly? And if there's revenue, how's that revenue being generated and who participates along that whole chain?
Absolutely. And I guess for you and the space that you exist in with that has a multitude of different things going on that feed into each other, what would you say you recommend to someone who's interested in exploring multiple areas as well?
Read and read, intern, and even if you're out of school or out of school, volunteer to help out with check-ins at different events and things. So get involved, get off the couch, get out of the house, find those networks in person, but also online, and just absorb and learn and listen and be part of the conversation. And that's the big thing about AI. It's like these people who complain and aren't even exploring what it is and isn't, they're having an opinion based on not having actually used what it is in various ways. And it can be very confusing, but you've got to, get involved. But there's multiple avenues, there's multiple careers being created.
or multiple roles being created with this evolution of digital technology.
Absolutely. And what the last question to wrap it up? I know you're tired. What would you say that your favorite way of authentic networking is?
Favorite way of authentic networking. I think it's showing up and being present and having a willingness to engage with people. Some people say, I'm looking for a job. I say, great, networking is a great way to audition what your pitch is for that job and learn what resonated with those people that you're talking to. So it's just like actors audition, networking events and events like this will help you find your voice,
right,
and find out. I think it's very hard for some people, depending on even if they're extroverts, but introverts, find their voice and find their message that resonates. And I think if you need to write sort of a hit list or bullet points about what you want to share about yourself.
Yeah.
But it's not all about you. What are you listening? Are you giving a pause? I catch myself where I'm talking too much, like, all right, I need to pause and listen. And then are you truly listening? Do I hear something? And if I hear something, then do I go to my own story, or do I draw more out of them? But I think there's different types of people that engage in different ways. But I try to, after I go to events, like, who did I meet? What conversations? How did I benefit personally, professionally from that event? But how did those other people?
Right.
So it's forming relationships, and I've been in the business a long time, and it's all about those human, interactions. And there's people that I've known for decades that I haven't seen for 10 years. I could step back in and pick up where I left off. And so it's about forming those lasting relationships. So
that's great advice. Thanks you so much.
Absolutely.
And thanks for doing this.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Meeting you.
You as well. And scene.
Very good. Lovely.
Great. Go ahead and grab that.
So you're still
You get yours. Absolutely.
Yes.
Do you do LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay. I love it when people I only do Instagram. No. LinkedIn is your organic resume.
LinkedIn is actually the best for me for.
You gotta do the QR code, right?
Yes.
Interview them too. I don't know who's going to be interviewing them. I'm not sure who's next, but if nobody has been coordinated and someone's willing to step up, then
Westside Digital.
let's see who wants to be next.
If you want to drive to the west side,
Absolutely.
and then I want to see your stuff on Instagram.
Absolutely. Sabrina Lasagna.
I mean, a variety. From if someone was a actual speaker,
How do you
or
pronounce
even if someone's an attendee, whatever.
It's just what everyone calls me since first grade, so it's
So, we take the time to do some quick interviews.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like me to
pronounce it? Lasagna.
Lasagna. Yeah.
So it is side. I gotta go.
enjoy that? Anyway, you got to enjoy that. That way you have something to talk about in the interview. My man. I figured I better plug up this cell phone before.
Okay. I'm gonna switch on.
Oh, actually, I can't because I have the laptop. So between time, that's what I have to do. Can I get you some water or anything? You want to walk it off? Like not go too far, but I know how I can get stuck crazy standing in the same spot and nobody's here to talk to you. What am I doing?
So,
I'm groovy, but also.
I'm kind of stuck in that position. You sit there for a couple of years. It always feels worse. So no one else went wrong?
I downloaded the stream app too.
Oh, you did?
I wasn't running around with my phone.
Okay, let me email you the
Link, yeah.
The link
Join
too.
studio. I'm in there right now, so I was like, I could literally be podcasting from there.
Yeah, and then you could be doing B-roll while we're see how we got dead time right here.
I guess.
Yes. Okay.
Because I literally like, that's so cool. Because like, it would have been nice because I was in the recording, right? And just look at this. The last two speakers, because they saw that I was the only camera in, and they looked at me like, take a photo. So I was like, that would be cool getting it on live. You know, it would have been cool.
All right, so open up like you think you package. Just type in this. It's just, oh, do you need the whole link? Oh, let me send it to you. I thought you would just be able to put 3 HD in there, and that might have happened.
So I might just type it in.
I'm very transparent.
HTTP
Colon / StreamYard.com
You're not
/ 3 H D H N W J T 5 I. Okay, and then let's put something on the display name like what will we say? Mobile view or
How many cameras do you have?
just the two, mine and yours now. This one would work, but I gotta turn it off. So let's just say live. I'm trying to think of something that's poignant. Mobile. Oh, man on the street.
Man on the street?
Man on the street. That's what I was looking for. Look at that. Now we're in there.
So always, I do tell people this. I'm happy to answer any questions or ask anybody, or if you have,
He's great on camera.
No, I'm not.
That's cool. So people are in there.
Yeah, remembered it, right? Yeah. Makes it easy for you to come back in.
Of course, I muted myself.
No, I'm saying I
It should be good.
Did you come back in?
Intro studio.
Yes, you got an intro studio. Man on the street, sure. That's okay. You fine for now.
Yes.
Yeah, I just love my volume fans.
Now look, we got both stages.
So I'm good at that. I said, what, are you a creator or are you? So if when we gotta sell something to get involved, you probably already know. I never did. I never was on call.
Just 10 seconds. So you see, we still got our live stage and we got man on the street, so he can roam around. Since there's nothing else going on right now, at least there's.
I sent to Carol, assistant. I'm not getting ready to send it to Carol.
Okay, good.
Hello? So I went on school here.
And now, from the recording tab, Let me try that again. And now, from the Recording Academy, welcome today's moderator, Leah Kozin, and the panel.
Hey, look. Bottom line is, you got audio too.
Hello. Welcome to For the Fan, Innovating the Business of Music. I am your host, Leah Kozin, NIMBA 2010. Go Bruins, it's good to be back. Today's panelists are Mag Rodriguez, CEO, founder, Even, Kitty Ochoa, SVP of Content at Splice, and Nikki Cox, Chief Marketing Officer for Red Bull Records. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you. Let's dive in. We're going to kind of kick off with a big trend shaping the music industry right now. It's a buzzword, and that is the rise of the superfan. More than ever, artists and platforms are paying more attention to their most dedicated listeners, offering exclusive content and experiences, opening up new ways to monetize. For example, Spotify has announced their Music Pro tier coming up. It's going to offer high-quality audio, the ability to remix, early access to tickets, that sort of thing, all aimed at this higher tier of superfan that's just willing to pay a little bit more. SoundCloud has long had its fan-powered royalties, Audio Max supporters. There are also Web3 platforms that allow superfans to buy shares in songs they believe in. So just the list goes on and on. So Mag, as someone working kind of at the forefront of D2C, we're going to go to you first because I imagine the superfan is really important to your business. With all of these platforms embracing superfans as key revenue drivers, how can artists take advantage of these new monetization models? And we'd really love for you to get some color here, like any success stories that you've seen, case studies, as well as how artists can think about pricing all of these new plus-ups. Love to hear your thoughts.
No, thank you. I think the most interesting part about what's happening is everyone's talking about superfans like it's like a new consumer that just entered the market. Superfans have been here. They've been here since the beginning of music. I think the focus on it is so tied to this idea, or now the reality that streaming has plateaued. We're reaching the ceiling. The next 100 million subscribers are going to be the most expensive, but also the hardest to retain.
Yeah.
We're noticing how emerging markets are not adopting streaming and the subscription model at the same way that these like tier one markets. So I think the opportunity around super fandom or super fans is more about globalization and this opportunity where there's fans from around the world that want to support and engage directly with their favorite artists, but also communities of other super fans, and the digital world has made that more accessible than ever before. I think we often forget too that 86% of artists on streaming platforms don't earn a single dollar from streaming. So this idea of direct to fans, super fans, and a lot of what we're doing at Even is really helping that emerging class or like middle class of artists monetize music in this new way. But in many ways, it's kind of the old school way.
Exactly, selling out the trunk all over again.
All over again, yeah. But I think the opportunity and the way that we're viewing it is, just this morning we highlighted a case study of an artist that has 600 monthly listeners on Spotify.
Okay.
Which means they're not making any money.
Don't tell me they're making money selling to the people.
They are, yeah. They made $500 today.
Wow.
On the platform, and it was like from 10 fans.
Wow.
One of those fans paid $250, and the amazing part is like when you start looking at like who's actually paying, it's like immediate community, right? It's like friends, family, and maybe some engaging fans, but we often forget that like our first super fans are our immediate community. And this is an artist who's never made money from music before.
Wow.
Now, of course, we work with like bigger artists like J. Cole or Jesse Reyes. Like those are incredible artists that are on the platform, but the opportunity for the bigger artists is completely different than the emerging artists.
Tell us more about that. I'm always curious. Like, is it more a tiering strategy?
Yeah.
Is it exclusive content? What does that look like?
I think with the more established artists, it's really about this opportunity that they see the opportunity more so they want to bring fans to their world. They don't, J. Cole doesn't want to send his fans to, third-party platforms anymore. He's at a position in his career where
He is the platform.
He is the platform. He has the reach. He's not on social media, but when he goes and he posts something, it's very, very loud. So for him, it's really about how do I bring them to me and my world. And now for the first time in his career, he can now own the relationship with his fans. So it's not really about money for an artist like J. Cole. It's more about owning that relationship, but also creating a safe space for his fans. There's so much noise on the internet. And his community has these like hundreds and thousands of fans who talk to each other every single day. There's fans from over 150 countries who, many of them for the first time had the opportunity to buy something from J. Cole. Now, all of our releases are done in a pay what you want model. It's normally what we recommend artists do. And what that allows is, it really allows fans to go above and beyond if they want to. Every day we see fans pay thousands of dollars for releases on the platform.
Wow.
I still don't really understand why, but it's
Probably just for the look, like clout is a thing and
Clout
recognition is a thing and it's valuable.
Yeah, but
It's
there's whales, right? Like, you look at other verticals.
Collectors.
100%.
Super fans, like you're saying. Are you saying that it's more polarized? Like it's either the artist with 500 monthlies or 600 monthlies, and then the J. Cole's, or is there a middle class where this can work as well? Because I'm real interested in how do you scale D2C?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, that's most of our business is the stuff in the middle. I get really excited really on the emerging side, like helping an artist make their first $50 or $100 is like what makes my day. And then of course working with the big superstars is always exciting, mostly for like brand. But I think the middle sector is really interesting. We have an artist, Mick Jenkins, who just he's an artist out of Chicago.
That's sick.
He made, I don't know if I'm allowed to like really disclose the numbers. He made high five figures in revenue.
Wow.
With a 5-song EP.
Wow.
And it was more than what he generated from streaming.
In 2025. It's possible.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. In my prior life from before Swice, I was with Snapchat. And one of the biggest things we were doing was identifying artists that were bubbling under and then bringing them in and giving them the tools to connect directly with their audience and engage them. So I brought in kind of influencers and so forth and within our community to be able to teach them. And then they were able to kind of go into our creator rev share program and start making money to sustain their career so they wouldn't have to sign that deal or that publishing deal or whatever. And that was one of the prouder things I did there, was being able to kind of find them using data, give them the opportunity to learn how to engage. Yeah, because a lot of times I get hit for, we need, can you playlist my song? And I'm like, yeah, but it's going to drop off unless they engage directly with their fan. We get out of it, right? So
that's really interesting. There are so many ways to define success in music now, right? Like it's proliferating rapidly. So Nikki, let's zoom out for a second. And just in a general sense, what do you think superfans want? Like, how do they want to engage? Is exclusive content or experiences like early ticket access, is that enough? And then also on the contrarian side, I'd appreciate your take on, is there a risk in maybe leaning too far into superfans? Like, is there perhaps some danger for artists to become too reliant on that top 1%?
I think in terms of what superfans want, and fans generally, I think, do really want just a direct connection with the artist, and any way that they can offer some kind of closeness, some kind of direct conversation. I mean, there's a ton of platforms to do that now. Artists are doing it on Discord. There's artists who are giving their fans early listens to sneak previews of music, new music.
Even Spotify's facilitating it now.
Exactly. There are, Tate McRae was DMing fans on Instagram with sneak previews of her music and encouraging people to use a sound on TikTok. There's a lot of that kind of, you were saying clout is currency these days. Absolutely. And the super fans really want to know, they want early access, they want to be in the know. And then those people are your greatest ambassadors. They're the ones that you want to go out and drive the word of mouth and tell their friends and say, look how cool this is, and I'm cool because I know, and spread that. So they're very, very valuable. But like you said, we've always had this in the music industry. We used to call them collectors in major label land. It was about having product suites that really addressed those fans. They were the sort of high value fans who would spend $500 on a box set that, was a limited edition. We knew we could only sell 1,000 of them or something, or even 500, but they're high value customers. And so they're the people.
It's like the modern version of it.
Exactly. And now this is just how we do that in the digital framework. And I think it's given us so many new fun ways to do that, to really allow artists to connect directly. And there's so many creative ideas. I mean, even what Mag was referring to, there's a ton of things that artists can do to really engage their fans. And in the second part of the question, no, I don't think it's a concern to focus on those super fans because, as I said, they are the ones who are your biggest evangelizers, and they're out there kind of talking to people about anything that you're doing. They're sharing things on socials. But I do also feel that if you got that part right, the casual fans and the discovery that happens underneath that, it kind of happens naturally anyway. Yep. So it is almost a great strategy to focus in on those people, but you have to get to a point where you develop up to a super fan. For some of the very developing emerging artists, even that we're working with, we're just in that discovery phase, and we're just trying to get the music out and expose the music as much as we can, so that we can work towards building a community that we can then turn into super fans. So yeah, both ways.
I also just inherently have a concern about artist bandwidth, right?
Oh yeah.
Start trying to
even almost protecting their mental health.
Cobble together some way for organizations to sync, whatever that could be. Now, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. He's talked to me about some things you guys mentioned, but I don't know what the next step is.
It's like the shadowing program, and how do we basically take this cohort and then apply like the shadowing program, and then also create that pipeline for different sponsors and potential partners for us to show.
Oh, okay. Oh, either could be the way.
Okay.
You want to know more?
Yeah.
I feel like a mic necklace is crazy.
Yeah. So he's doing a kind of a short documentary on how all this stuff happened. So he's got a lot of stuff in the can interviewing me, but I don't want my face on. I want my voiceover. The goal for me is to really try and see if I can introduce new friends and allies. Because my success is your success as far as I'm concerned. If we can't get there together, man, I'm failing. So that's the spirit in which I want to try and see.
Kevin, see me up? Come closer.
Same line, but just a little forward, so you won't block it. His lights, perfect. Right.
Can always call that break, Kevin.
Okay, well, I'll start by just saying thank you guys, Sabrina and Wyken, for being here. This has really been about a month of planning, but this has been 10 years in the making with the relationship that we have DAKAR with Jay Tucker. We met Jay at USC in the same similar role, and it was called Silicon Beach about 10 years ago. He created a manifesto for us to follow, which is still good today, which is called the Digital Pathway Initiative. And the culmination of those 10 years and that manuscript has given us a chance to be here today with you guys. So thank you again, and that's kind of the spirit in which I want to, talk to you guys about, what you've seen and what you've heard and what you feel about today thus far.
Thank you for having us. And I think thus far it's been a really amazing day to kind of see the program at work and everyone just, so invested in connecting and sharing their creative journeys. And speaking to different people today has been really eye-opening about the importance of not only your network but also your education and just kind of focusing on building together with people.
Great. So, Mike, and what have you felt? What's the one thing thus far, maybe midway through or up ready to take lunch? What do you feel thus far as coming off the top of your head? I think, well, I want to start with also extending my gratitude for being in a position to be able to lead this cohort of 12 work-ready individuals who came out today to show in full force that we are work-ready individuals and we can definitely pipeline creative individuals into events, services, and other media production. And the way that we are establishing today's cohort, we have structure, we have roles, we have responsibilities, and we have so many team members holding themselves to a high standard, holding each other accountable, and just making sure we're producing quality content, staying busy, staying active, and making sure that we are quality representatives of the DAKAR Foundation and all the things we aim to achieve with our sponsors. And thank you again to Sabrina for taking time out of her day, being here and interviewing so many powerful and just different impactful people. It's so important to lend our voices and showcase how diverse the creative industry is. You know, there's so many talented women and men working side by side to really make an impact, and it's an honor and privilege to stand by two very impactful people today. Wow, thank you, man. I wish I had those glasses on, man, because I want to feel cool. I want to be. Hey, hey, okay, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need the glasses no more. Yeah, okay, all right. I feel like I'm in character now. Okay, so the goal that I want to achieve more than anything is for you guys to be able to, and I say you guys, the 12 people, including yourself and Sabrina, I really want to be able to find out in an after action review, what did we see and feel about capturing this event, meeting people, so we can actually do kind of like a post-production, workflow and create a documentary of this experience. But this is part of the documentary experience, is that this is organic. We started with DAKAR Foundation 31 years ago. Last year, we were here in this very room. Ted Sarandos, CEO, co-CEO from Netflix, was the keynote speaker. And we didn't get a chance to do any of this last year. Last year, we were taking some photos, hanging out, meeting some people. We look cute. But we're really, a functional part of Jay operation right now. He's really, charged us with taking all of the sound bites and the interviews and posting them as social media management to places where we can share with people who should be jealous that they're not here. Because this was available for anybody and everybody who wants to know the future of where creative, tech, and business is going. No reason for them not to be, kind of knocking on the door saying, hey, how can I get in this room? And that's what we want to make, is a household name of Jay's and its future events, so that everybody, they can't get in, maybe they can enjoy it, virtually in a classroom or somewhere else where they can actually say, man, this is the tool that we need to figure out, from where we are, maybe to supplement their strengths or their growth. But I want to make this something that, next year people can't do without. And just following up on that 31-year anniversary, what do you hope that our cohort takes away from this event? Well, I hope that, you guys take away memories, moments, business cards. Also, trying to create a crew that will allow you guys to have each other's cell phone numbers, social media handles, and talk amongst yourself, and not just use our Slack channel, but talk amongst yourself about ideas, projects, and things that you guys want to do. Because we have 2 sound stages. We have the Fire sound stage and studio. We have the Kevin Hart sound stage and studio. We have actually some other ones that we have available for us to start practicing how to create our vision of storytelling. But it starts really with being able to understand that we have to do it together. So if we have, scripts or treatments or synopsis, we have to start thinking about how do we take the talent and start putting those people in positions so that when we do get a chance to use these cameras, we're going to get some red cameras, we're going to get some additional support from people. How do we use this stuff to start putting together at least, a trailer or, some type of, reel that allows people to start seeing this work. Because they're not, talking and hanging out, but we need to see evidence of our work.
And just leading up to that, Sabrina, what do you think are our stories here today that we could be telling to really advocate and showcase the power of that intention, working together and having that workforce commitment?
Yeah, I think the most immediate thing that comes to mind is kind of highlighting the stories of the individuals in the program and highlighting what brings them here today, what they've gotten out of it, and anything they've learned today, as well as showcasing the behind the scenes of them kind of moving around and interviewing people and connecting here today.
And I want to know more about Sabrina. I know we're going to sit down and talk about, how we work together. But the thing that I want you to tell me is what I don't know about you. And I don't think that it starts with just, name, rank, and serial number. What kind of stories are going to emanate from your brain, your heart, that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, I think everything I do is kind of coincides together, and I think in terms of stories from the brain and the heart, the most immediate thing is just stories that raise awareness on sexual assault and highlighting and being a voice for underrepresented individuals, so especially women, and raising awareness on allowing them to be the lead and have strong female characters in film and TV.
Wow. I mean, and so to double on that, women empowerment is a very important thing for me, because I, as a mentor, I know that I'm probably not the archetype of a mentor for a woman, but I like to think that I could be if, people trusted and thought that I could be the person that could actually give them some encouragement to be all the woman that they can be. What advice would you have for a guy like me to try and impact women in their ability to become, again, all they can be?
I think taking a step back and listening as much as possible. For me, most of my mentors are actually men. I'd say that's usually surprising to people, especially with my company pushing diversity. A lot of my mentors are actually white straight men, and that for me has been something that's super helpful in the sense that I get to see how they operate in the industry and learn from them, so that it's not any different for me just because I'm a Black woman. So I think it's still important for us to have conversations with people of different backgrounds. And even if you are a man mentoring a woman, I think that is very helpful for that woman, because I think women are afraid to take up space in the industry, in any industry. And I think that really helps them with taking that step forward and understanding that you don't have to, put a bunch of exclamation points in an email. Like, some men are very straight to the point. They're not dancing around certain things. And I think as women, we want to come across as kind. But I had a mentor who kind of led me in the direction of understanding a little bit better that you don't have to. You can put your foot down the same way that a man would in any scenario.
Okay, great. And this is a question for both of you guys. You talked about mentors here, but I'm gonna let you ask first. How do you find these straight white males that you met and have mentored and supported you? How did you find them?
Different scenarios. I think I'm on social media, so a lot of times I'm being seen by different companies, different producers and execs in the industry who have an interest in working with me. So they usually reach out and have said, how can I help you flourish your career? And also my director's reel has been a huge help, and my reps are usually setting me up with general meetings. So a lot of times I always take a general meeting and turn it into a long-term connection. So that's how I've been able to get a lot of the work that I do, and then also mentors as well. And I think even just people that I would shadow when I was on set for acting, I would shadow a lot of directors in the industry at Warner Brothers, like Mark Waters and Prentice Penny, these different types of people. And for me, that was an opportunity to kind of get placement with higher ups and get to talk to them a little bit more and foster those connections so that they last a little bit longer.
Okay, I'm going to step off with one of my VIPs. You guys can talk. So for me, I think, and I'm glad you're here, because for me, it's the polar opposite. I feel like for me, it was more so like a little bit of dumb luck, because I was, especially with Kevin, I actually went to a DAKAR Foundation event and ran into Kevin, and talking to him, he actually offered to be my mentor, because I told him about my background in nonprofit work, working with the Solar Foundation. And for me, it's been more word of mouth than anything, and just being helpful. I think
being helpful is the best way to get your foot in the door, because by offering a service, or hey, I can do this for you. All right, oh, this email chain is messing you up here. Let me handle this for you. But by being of service first before you ask something for somebody, I think allows you to get your foot in the door and really emerge in those opportunities, because now you're seen as somebody who's like, you're not just looking for an opportunity, you're there to be useful and to provide a service and just utilize your skills in a more direct and intentional kind of way. And I would like, one of the things I wouldn't shy away from is internships, apprenticeships, anything that really allows you to be seen as a creative professional while still being able to grow into the position and have the flexibility to learn how to fail and how to fail successfully and learn from those mistakes. Because I feel like a lot of creative individuals, sometimes we get so caught up in like how amazing and dope we should be that when we don't succeed to those standards, we kind of hold ourselves too high. And it's like, hey, sometimes you're going to have to fail to learn how to do it right the next time. You know what I mean? But for me, mentorship really looks about having conversations with people and not being afraid to just speak on things. And I feel like, especially what you're talking about, for people on all sides of the spectrum, don't be afraid to not take up space. Like, take up space. Like, you have every right to have your voice heard, be impactful, and be somebody who's present in the room. And my biggest thing for my mentors is like, a closed mouth does not get fed. You know what I mean? You have to stand on business and know who you are, because nobody knows how amazing you are. You know what I mean? Then they're just going to overlook you. But like, especially with somebody your background, like, you do a lot. You have an amazing career already. So like, imagine if you never told anybody who you were. You know what I mean? So I think that's a great point as far as like just showcasing who you are. Be humble, be kind, be respectful. But don't be afraid to let the world know that you exist.
Absolutely.
That was perfect. We good? We're good. We're good. All right. Appreciate you, Sabrina. Thank you. You want to keep talking, right?
I think so. Thank you.
Same thing. And then this is all cut it off. Back on. You can talking now? Put it back.
I don't think right now, but okay. Thank you.
It was like, you know, they're like, I need that hit song, that top 40 song. And I'm like, yeah, but you're going to probably lose about that majority of fan base who spent years are going to stay with you because of your story.
Yeah.
Because of your connection with them.
The consistent through.
Yeah. So I think it's super important to obviously stay true to your authenticity, but also to connect with storytelling, more intimate storytelling, as opposed to just trying to. We have that power now, because before, you know, it was reliant on, you know, certain drivers that ran radio and MTV and stuff like that back in the day, where now you can be super creative and do what's authentic to you as an artist with your fans, versus kind of those like plug-in type of promotional things we used to do.
Yeah, the walled garden.
Yeah.
Love that. Well, that concludes our main panel. Thank you so much. This has been a really insightful discussion. Appreciate you guys lending your expertise.
Yeah.
And before we take questions, I did want to just do a quick roundtable, rapid fire, 60 seconds each. What is your number one piece of advice for young professionals or creators getting into music? Mag.
I think just remember your why. I think, you know, it's something that I try to remind myself every day. Like it's so easy to get caught up in the noise of the industry.
Yeah.
And you can go in so many different directions.
That's exactly it. It's the lack of focus that can kill you for sure.
Yeah, just remembering the why, I think it's, you know, really important, I think, for me. And it's something that I tell my staff all the time. It's like,
staying grounded, staying anchored.
Why you do what you do. We work in music, and it's a privilege and an honor, and it's something that you never own. You just rent it every single day. So it's really important to just be a good person. I think, to me, that's kind of like the key.
Love that. Kenny?
Yeah, it's very similar to that. I think it's your gut, right? Always just trusting your gut. I think many years you get into corporate environments in different places and you start trying to figure out that path. And I realized like every time I followed my gut and my passion, I kind of always went in the right way. When I tried to like change myself for certain types of either positions or whatever it was, it never was authentic and I never excelled at it.
Authenticity is the key. Love that. Thank you. Your number one piece of advice.
I would say don't be scared to experiment, because music marketing has completely changed in the last 5 years, and things that we did as standard or that was sort of a baseline formula to kind of that we knew if we did these sort of 5 to 10 things we'd be okay.
It would work, yeah.
It doesn't work anymore, and so everybody's experimenting. And I think just having great ideas that you can execute quickly it's what everybody is doing in the industry right now. And so I think people who are coming into the industry, thinking about what you can offer that's unique, how you can, think of something, execute it quickly, bring it to market really quickly, and just try a bunch of stuff, because honestly, that's all we're all doing.
Being agile and being very experimental, is the key for sure. Well, do we have any questions? Open it up.
Hello, my name is Jenny Pulido, and I am founder and producer at La Enya. First of all, this question for you, but so glad to see you on this stage. Te lo mereces. By the way, also thank you for putting me on to La Russell. Been a fan ever since, and that is a phenomenal case study by far. My question is, are more Spanish-speaking artists getting even? And if so, which genre?
Well, shout out Jenny. She actually brought us our first Latin artist to even, like 2 years ago. But yeah, I think it's actually one of our fastest growing markets on the platform. We did a pretty high profile release last fall with this artist by the name of Fariana out of Colombia, formerly known as Farina. And it was really interesting to see, we introduced regional pricing with her, where you can do pricing based on a country. So she set up pricing in 22 countries. Fans in Colombia paid a different price than the ones in Mexico, and Chile, Brazil, US, etc., in their native currency, in their native payment methods. And that just drew the attention of different, primarily artists and labels. We partnered with labels first. So a lot of the labels that we were already working with were actually, we have all these Latin artists that we want to try this with now. So we actually have some really exciting, high-profile Latin artists releasing on the platform this quarter that we're really excited about. But yeah, we have now thousands of artists we have 8,000 artists that are joining the platform every day, and about 15% of them are coming from Latin America.
Awesome.
Yes.
Just yell at us, we can hear you.
Hello. All right. Cool. Hi, my name is Jared Olua. I do custom hip hop for sync licensing, TV and film. And my buddy, Coach Cody, did a song. So it's a testament to even, because La Russell hopped on the song, and he said, look, if anybody wants this song, it has to go even first before it goes to Apple, Spotify, and Tidal. And so people were able to buy in, a testament, to what you said, a pricing point. People gave $25, $100 and stuff like that. So it brought a more personal thing and a branding to it. And so I love the platform that you're doing. I don't know how long you started, but where you're going now, I love to see the trajectory. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My name is Grant. I'm a first year in the full-time MBA program. You shared a lot of just incredible stories of artists connecting with their fans and really building these communities. Are you able to also share maybe some of the challenges of that, and maybe some instances where an artist tried to make that jump and it didn't really resonate, or there were some issues, and how they were really able to pivot and potentially fix that? Or how when you come across some of those challenges of building a community, you can really kind of grow or evolve from that?
Great question. Or does it always work? Wow.
No, I mean, I'm trying to think of specific examples, but I would just say we fail more than we succeed. And that's what I was saying about that experimentation piece. It's we're trying a whole lot of different things. And even just on social media, the conversation I was having with these artists earlier in the week about don't be discouraged. You've got to kind of trust the process, and we have a strategy in place, a content strategy for a reason. And what we're doing right now, we need to just keep executing and see what works and what doesn't work. And it's really, especially from a content, there's a lot of artists out there trying to figure out how to break through the noise on TikTok and Instagram, all the other platforms.
Just keep swinging.
And it's you just got to keep making content.
Just keep
and something is going to hopefully have a little spark.
It's a numbers game.
Yeah. Exactly. And it doesn't mean that if you do that same thing again a second time, it's going to work. So it is a frustrating, journey for some artists to be on, but then some kind of start to find their groove, and then you can see them get excited about it, and then they kind of go after it, and all of a sudden it's not about us pushing the strategy. It's like they start to see what works, and they start to understand their audience, and they start to think of more creative ideas. And so that's that's just from a social media point of view, but yeah, it is just at this point, especially with how cluttered it is on TikTok and Instagram, it's just about trying to break through and find that spark moment, and then hopefully you have people behind you who know how to make the most of that moment.
Love that. Experimentation and persistence, yeah, is definitely key, and it's like not taking failures along the way too personally, because there are so many factors that are beyond our comprehension even, or beyond our control, that come into play, and so yeah, you just got to keep swinging.
I think there's like traditional things like publishing, different things that like maybe you have relationships with bigger companies that see things differently, and so you really got to push your passion and your agenda as far as getting past some of those barriers from the old stuff. Like some publishers don't want to give stuff away for free because they're protecting their copyrights, but you want to connect with your audience, so you might do something more promotional. And I always say it must be more tangible, show that tangible promotion to your partner. So I think, there's some barriers, but I think in this day and age, there's no rules.
There's no right or wrong, and it's also the beautiful thing about music, as opposed to perhaps some other forms of media, is there's the longevity of it. Like maybe something isn't an immediate success, but look at that Kate Bush song from Stranger Things, like it charted 30 years later, so you just never know. Yeah, definitely got to keep swinging.
I think it's also important to set realistic expectations around. I can't think of a single direct-to-fan campaign that we launched that I would think was a failure,
right?
Because we always lead with the expectation that, are you ready to pull back the curtain? The moment you start to try to build a community, you're going to see really what's behind the other side. You can buy followers, you can do marketing for streaming. You can't pay to have a community.
Right.
So I think I always lead with teams. I'm like, are you ready for what's on the other side?
Because this is as real as it gets.
This is as real as it gets, yes.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Any more?
I have a two-parter, I guess. First, we talked about artist bandwidth, and I'm wondering if there are things that artists, especially developmentals, can do specifically to engender super fandom. And then I'm also thinking about it, just because it's been on my mind this week, but twice in 2 years, Skrillex has dropped surprise albums without any really traditional label marketing support. And I'm wondering what leaning into super fandom means for the dynamic between the artists and the business ecosystem, and helping them develop a channel that ultimately the artist owns at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Great question.
Well, I think that only superstar level artists can do surprise drops at this point. And so it's really nice for that type of artist who has spent decades building up their career and their fan base to be able to do that and create excitement in online chatter. For other developing artists, that's not really an option. Can you remind me the first part of your question?
What can artists do to engender super fandom?
Like to actually
Right. A lot of what we're doing at the moment is making sure that we're bringing the online and the digital experience into real life. And I think that's really important for artists to remember, because all of these platforms give you an incredible opportunity to reach fans all over the world who you wouldn't usually be able to even know were into your music. And it's really important to be talking to them in those ways. But I think the piece that we're also starting to remember is that there's, especially Gen Z, are craving human connection. And I think bringing it into the real world however you can, even if you can't be in every place to do fan meetups or little performances, it doesn't matter what level you're at. You can say, I'm going to be in this park today at 2 p.m. in my city. I'm going to play some songs, come and sit and hang out or something like that. Or you could do something with physical media where you're sending letters to fans, or you're doing video messages. You can still use it as an online platform, but with a tangible kind of human connection element. And I think we're really trying to remember that element at this point, because I think that we are getting we're all living in this world in our phones, and it's really nice to remember that we're humans and that music is about connection, and I think that's really important in the marketing.
Okay. All right, well, we are at time. Thank you guys so much.
We will now take a break for lunch. Pulse will resume promptly at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. It looks amazing.
Take your photos, see what you're doing.
For real.
Two more. Cool. You got it. You got yours?
There we go. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys. Alright, let's go get some food.
Yeah.
I learned a lot, low-key. And I like how the fact that it's actually all broadcasted. So right now,
super cool.
oh, watch this. You can't see it, but I'm actually recording everything that's here. So we're gonna walk, and then you're gonna see us walk to that side. That's what I tried to point out. You guys see that they're alive and they're about to food. I'm like, yo, let's get the fuck out. Because the line had already started.
I didn't. When I looked at the screen, it was just like.
It was dead, I know.
Looking at the,
It's because you missed it by like this much that they were bringing the trays already. I was like, bro, see?
Seriously, man.
See, he got in the line first. Hey, yo, the line's on the other side of the conference room. Ah, shit.
Man, yeah, I'm gonna have to just wait till everybody's had their fill.
I might as well just start with the fruit.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Just some watermelon.
When no one's looking at the fruit, might as well just go real quick.
What is that? I think that's one of the VIPs. That guy who just walks in is one of the VIPs. I could be wrong. I think he's
How about now? Testing audio, testing. Little delay? That's okay. Perfect. Let me hear. Thank you, sir. Test. Yep, you're right. It's a little delay, but that's what it does. As long as we know that we got clean audio, we're ready to mic them up. Thank you. And then just so you'll know too, just so I can show you real quick. Now, with StreamYard, we're able to set up different scenes. These are the main two scenes that we have. We have the stage of light, and then we have some other guys who are around this guy. So we choose which one we'll pick. Right now, it's one big shot.
The four shots. So who do you have to do lap on?
Sabrina and one other. So we'll just try to put it central. So Sabrina's will pick up Shirlette. And then I'm going to put one. There's 4 people, right? Let me get you up there.
You missed.
Got it? I see Mitch coming in fast like that. I don't want to get post run.
Somebody's off. Yes, it's on. Okay. I see a blue light. Blue light being on.
Mic test. Mic. Hello.
1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Let's do a little testing. Let's do an audio test. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
Can you hear me?
Mic test. I think it's me. I think mine's off.
Testing.
Hello. Mic test.
Do it again.
Okay. So, yes.
Give it. Yes.
Watching the guy bring on time. I'm gonna see you breaking.
Yes.
You can ask from left to right who everybody is and have them tell a little bit about why they came here today and what they hope to come to leave.
Gotcha. So, who do we have the pleasure of speaking with today? Oh, wait, my apologies. Hold on. Sorry, I jumped the gun. I have them, Kevin, I have them in that room prepping for the CEO of Lionsgate.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm talking about.
Taking over.
That's what I needed to do.
You got it. Don't worry. I gave him all right.
More? Closer. This way?
Half step. There we go.
Step, side to side. And I remember song.
Cool, and you said right to left. Hello, my name is Wyken Harris with the DAKAR Foundation. We are here today at the Pulse Convention at UCLA. And who do we have here today?
I'm Shirlette Newville. I'm the board member for LAUSD District 1. And it is a pleasure to be here to be able to enjoy the experience, to learn, network, and definitely talk to young students and future entrepreneurs.
I'm Sabrina Laseg. I'm a writer, director, actress, and content creator.
I'm Aaron Davis. I'm a content creator. You can find me on all platforms. I also make music. I'm also into the filming industry for sports videography, and sports photography.
And like I said, my name is Wyken Harris. I am a mentee of Kevin Clark, a mentor with the DAKAR Foundation. I'm a brand acquisitionist, social media strategist, and social activist. It's an honor and privilege to be here at today's post conference and speaking to so many impactful and creative individuals today. So just start off the conversation. What's something that has inspired you being a part of this event and just seeing the atmosphere that we're a part of today?
I think what inspired me the most, I guess, is just being able to speak with some of the young students. I think that for me as an educator is always inspirational because we're learning obviously from those that we may have taught, and then we learn from them. And so it's great to hear their aspirations, to hear their vision, and to see them actually accomplishing that by being here taking in a lot of what they're learning today.
I think the same thing. I think it's been really inspiring to see how much community building is going on today and just see young people taking the initiative to connect with those who have already done it and the advice that's being shared, but also the mutual learning. I think I've seen a lot of people in higher positions learning about social media from the younger group that's here, and the younger group getting to learn more about the business side of things.
Being here has most definitely opened my eye to a lot of different mindsets from every age group, talking from older to younger. You learn something from each age group, matter even if they are the same age as you, will still learn something new every day.
I think something that's inspired me today is seeing the dedication and tremendous effort our cohort has been able to achieve today. Just capturing the event, seeing how well as a team we've been able to coordinate, looking to each other, leaning on each other, and just uniting under one equal effort to make sure that we are representing the DAKAR Foundation and also showcasing that we are ready to work individuals who are in a creative pipeline looking to utilize our skills to the best of our abilities. So to be surrounded by so many industry giants, so many creative leaders is an honor and privilege for an opportunity to really speak with the people we hope to become one day. So real quick, I just wanted to speak about, we're here today to honor Issa Rae for being a game changer. What does, for each of you, what does being a game changer mean to you, and how are you yourself a game changer?
Being a game changer for me and reflection of Issa Rae she has done so much in the community. The Los Angeles community alone, expanding not just comedy stream to being an entrepreneur, having a restaurant within the community. I think it means a lot to those of the community that look like her. And so to be a game changer is that coming through the ranks and doing things that obviously aren't so I think is one of the things that I appreciate, and as myself being someone of one of 7 board members that look like me, I think being a game changer in this community, it means a lot because there's not many. So when you are that example in the community, you have to say, yes, you can do it. I think you can appreciate that. And so for myself, I feel like the same thing. I'm a woman, a Black woman, who can, stand amongst others and say, you know what, you can do it too. So that's what being a game changer is about.
I appreciate that.
I think for me, being a game changer is someone who's taking initiative and doing things their own way, whether that be them building their own norm rather than entering the industry or any sector in the traditional way. And I think Issa Rae is the perfect example of someone who's done that, building her own YouTube series and then taking that to a studio, and her whole journey, including her other entrepreneur endeavors. And I think she's someone who not only built the door for herself, but left the door open for others like myself. And she's done such a great job just fostering community, as you said. And I think it's also just her ability to provide a voice to the unheard and create opportunities for people to make difference.
Also, it's most definitely being a game changer, especially for me being in the content industry. It means a lot because it's like I said, you can learn so much from somebody, and not only will you learn that information, you'll be able to teach that information to somebody else as well. So instead of you just carrying all that information for yourself or for whatever team you're working with, when it gets to the point where you cannot work no more, you would have to teach it to the younger folks. And guess what? Those younger folks are going to end up to take that info you have taken, put it to work, and then learn even more info, and then mix it all together. Issa Rae she's a very big icon, especially for the Black community. She means a lot to a lot of people, and she's most definitely changed the game a lot in a lot of ways through her content, her movies, shows, like she said, her YouTube series. It's just she plays a very big role. So I'm excited to see her tonight.
Yeah, I think for me, especially speaking on Issa Rae's legacy, what stands out most to me is her philanthropy, her willingness to contribute back to the community, and really showcase that people from all different backgrounds, no matter what limitations or labels people might put on you, can easily overcome those things by believing in themselves and setting the narrative that I exist, so therefore I am divinely who I was meant to be. You know, living within your true divine nature. And for me, as an educator, being a game changer really looks like moments like this, where you can provide mentorship experience, but also financial opportunities for people in your community of vast different experience levels. And I think the DAKAR Foundation has given me the opportunity to become a game changer and really help our community showcase that we are creative professionals, we are young people looking to fill these shoes left by the previous generation, and we're doing so with the humbleness and strategy, knowing that by collaborating and looking to mentors like yourself and just people within the industry who have experience, that we can, you know, sit on the shoulders of giants and just see that outcome and see that perspective a little bit sooner. So that to me is what being a game changer is. I think we're good. I think that's good for the interview. Any last little tidbits or information anybody wants to just throw out there?
I'm just excited, man.
Nah, literally.
Well, thank you guys so much for this conversation. It's been lovely speaking with you all on behalf of the DAKAR Foundation. We are so honored and privileged to spend some time with you today and just get to know more about you. So thank you guys for having this conversation with us.
Of course.
Perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. And if we can just collect the mics, please. Yeah.
You're all done, huh? Great job. Thank you.
I'm doing this a lot from the store.
Hmm?
I'm about to use this from the store.
Isn't it tight?
I think it's got bad. What? Because apparently you can't even show that you have any good designer in the store. They just show the brand because like it's brand police. So they have a flag the account that you're selling. Yeah, so we got banned from doing any live. So I'm like, bitches closed. So I have 2 stores in the valley. Yeah.
What's they call it? Because it's not someone else's brand.
It's the reason why is because I guess under some weird rules with the designer brand, it's called I guess like illegal use of product, or I guess we can't be selling their stuff if we're not licensed.
I understand. So they're talking that's like the knockoff.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got
you're not
flags.
you're not paying them their fee.
Exactly. So you're like it's fake. Like, so we got banned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I mic you guys too? I'm sorry. I thought we was all done. We just get in there one more. Thank you.
Okay, I need you on your spot. It's not for you.
You mind if I put this under here as well? All right. Thank you. All right. I like that top.
So when I talk to, I look. Don't look at the camera.
So when I ask you a question, like kind of like quick eye contact, but if you're going into like a longer tangent, it's
So,
best
like,
to just straight into the camera. So that way it's more like you're having we're having a conversation, but also the audience is included into it.
I'll fake it till I make it.
All right, Ivan, are we ready to go? Okay. Use the charger. It's fine. Yeah.
I got platforms on too. Go for it.
I mean, I should sit down. Then we'll be say hi.
That makes me feel real good. No, stay on your spot, Andrew.
Rolling. Hello, my name is Wyken Harris with the DAKAR Foundation. We are here today at the Pulse event at UCLA campus. Who do we have the pleasure of speaking with today?
Thank you so much. I'm Andrea Gomez. I work for Summer Discovery, and I'm here representing the Anderson School. We have a really cool partnership together, so living that up a little bit.
So can you, for those of us who aren't aware, can you tell us a little bit about Summer Discovery and your partnership with the Anderson School?
Absolutely. So Summer Discovery is a pre-college experience for high school students and for middle school students. We partner with schools like UCLA or UCLA Anderson, graduate level, to teach high school kids and middle school kids, are they ready for college? Like, what do they have to think about before making those decisions? And it's really great. We have a great partnership with the school, and we're here just promoting because we have so many alumni.
Nice. And can you tell us, like, what are some of the pain points students tend to experience leading up to college, and what are some of the ways that you guys help them overcome those obstacles?
Of course. I mean, tension is super high right now. You know, acceptance rates just keep tanking. Prices are going up, and you know, aid is not there as much as was before. So, being prepared for sure. Starting early, knowing yourself really is like, are you really going to pursue the major throughout the 4 years? Can you live with your roommates? Can you do your laundry? There are little things that really are very difficult, and I think that those things prepare them to self-advocate, to find what their true voice is. And beyond that, just have a great summer, because I think that we've gotten to a point where we put so much pressure on some kids that are already excelling. So I think it's about finding yourself as well.
Nice, and thank you for that information. I think it's very important that we encourage the younger generation to pursue college and showcase that there are equitable opportunities for them to achieve their dreams through collegiate efforts. Speaking on that, in regards to what you guys do with the Anderson School, can you speak on just like how many students have you placed within UCLA?
Oh God, I wouldn't know that number. I mean, we're already at like way beyond 100,000 students served.
Over 100,000.
It's quite a bit. Anderson is selective though. I mean, we're talking about a graduate school, so we have only 25 spots per class. It is limited, but the kids have an amazing experience, and they're being taught by grad professors who know that it's going to be hands-on and a little bit more fun, but they're learning about sports management, about music and the entertainment business, gaming. I mean, it's really fun. If you guys ever need to, reach out. Andrea Gomez, Summer Discovery.
And speaking about reaching out, if we were interested in it, maybe a parent is watching this right now, how do we get in contact with you? How do we start this process? How do I get somebody in my life who's ready to go to college in front of somebody like yourself?
Oh, sure. I mean, give me a call. Andrea, it's agomez@summerdiscovery.com. That's my email. If you just go to the website, you can also call info@summerdiscovery. We will respond, and I love talking to students. Like, I want to hear what their pain points are and what they think they're going to accomplish, and then push them in that direction.
Thank you. And real quick, we're here today to recognize Issa Rae as a game changer. Can you just give us a way or two that Summer Discovery is a game changer in the way that you're allowing these students to pursue their college dreams?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are different than the rest because we partner with universities. We don't try to pretend that we are something we are not. We're not a university. We're not trying to say that we do the curriculum development or, you know, that we instruct the classes. So we let the university do that, and we do what we do best. So game changer is students come to campus and they get the academic experience, but they actually grow emotionally as well.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for this conversation. Honor and pleasure speaking with Summer Discovery. If you have a young one in your life thinking about or considering college, make sure to follow them and keep up with their journey. This is an amazing organization that's placed over 100,000 students in colleges. So make sure that you guys tune in with them. And definitely thank you so much for your time.
I just wanted to talk to you just to set the stage about your career.
You guys are 100% a game changer. So it's an honor for me to see you guys here, be able to talk to you.
I wasn't fully committed to it until the end of
Thank you for your time.
college.
Great conversation.
I had thought,
Perfect.
well,
Appreciate
pretty
you.
much Stanford, I got to do play-by-play for all Stanford sports for the last 2.5 years. And I thought that was what I wanted to do. I had grown up in the movie business. My father ran marketing for half the studios in Hollywood. My uncle was the chair of 2 studios at different points. But I had thought I was going to go into sports broadcasting until New Year's Day of my senior year of college. On New Year's Day of my senior year of college, I was watching the pregame show for the Sugar Bowl, and I saw Al Michaels doing the introduction of what was going to be happening, and I had a flash that if I reached the absolute pinnacle of the career I wanted to go into, I would not be home with my family on New Year's Day. I would in fact be on the floor of the Superdome. And then I went, and as much fun as it is at 21 to be going from Hilton to Hilton, playing cards with the basketball team, That's not how I see my life at 30.
Oh, really?
40 or 50. And that, I don't want to say it spiraled, but that led me to a very clear recognition that the best outcome in the career I thought I wanted to go into was actually not what I wanted for my life. And called my dad and said, we'd always talked about a company, and we started a company together. So I definitely was aware from a very young age of what I loved about the movie business. My parents, we moved down in 1970 from New York. My father had just been named head of marketing, and the studios were moving their corporate offices from New York to LA. And my parents' biggest priority was to find a house as far from the studios as possible, where he could still get to work every day, but I would not be going to school with anyone who had a parent that worked in the entertainment business. And nothing will give you faster insight as a young person into the power of Hollywood than being surrounded by people who are not in Hollywood. Teachers, kids, the parents of kids, everyone wanted to know, what was my dad working on? Who had I met? Where was I going? And the power that content had then, and still to a large extent has now, I was crystal clear on. So I was always interested, but I realized that it was something I wanted to do as a career that day in my senior year of college.
So what that tells me is you're not a big baseball fan.
I'm a big sports fan. I'm not a big professional sports fan. I'm a very big sports fan, but I also am a fan of being at home with my family.
No, understood. It's just, it's funny because
and then they're going to be like the kids.
as a young person, and I say young, 7, 8, 9 years old, and I'm growing up in New York City and watching Ralph Kiner and Phil Rizzuto announce baseball games. I thought, man, that would be amazing. But of course, the baseball season ends in October, or at least it used to.
Right. There you go.
But there was never this concept for me when I thought about announcing sports where I would be away from home, because I was so focused on one sport that it never occurred to me that, as you say, reaching the pinnacle means Christmases, New Year's, 4th of July, like all of those things you're going to be occupied.
One of the things when I talk to people about career advice, whether it's the entertainment business or otherwise, but one of the things I obviously impacted by that moment, which is still a very clear moment in my mind, but I always encourage people not only to think about what's the worst that could happen
today, or
I don't even follow a particular path, but to really spend some time, give yourself credit, assume it's the best that could happen. What's the best that could happen? Because there is virtually no career I'm aware of where even the highest level of success doesn't come with trade-offs and frustrations and challenges. And you better know that the thing you're aiming for, if you are good enough or lucky enough to reach that, you better know that that's something you actually want.
Okay, so now you pivot and you decide, okay, all about the wrong way. Now you have family members already in the business, and you have an opportunity to really learn by doing it in a way that a lot of other people would not have had early in their career.
I said, if he can hang in there, I know I can hang in there with mine.
First of all, what were you doing? And then what did you learn?
Well, it started in those years preceding me being in college. I had a chance to, I had my feet in Warren Beatty's swimming pool while my father and Warren Beatty talked about the marketing campaign for shampoo. My father ran Ray Stark's production company for a number of years. Ray Stark and John Huston came over for dinner to talk about making a soccer movie, the name of which I'm so old now I can't get names out, but the name of which I'm going to forget. So I got a chance to learn an awful lot long before my dad and I were working together. We didn't become, my father became, and I was his sidekick, a marketing consultant for a couple of the big independent production companies that sprouted up in Hollywood right around the time I had graduated. Carolco was probably the most well-known, and they were financing their own films, but they were being marketed and distributed by Columbia Pictures at the time, and Carolco knew they needed someone to make sure they weren't getting fleeced, and they hired my dad, and I got to sort of be with him. It was 2 of us and an assistant, so I started as a marketing and distribution consultant. We did that together for 7 years. It was glorious, genuinely. We had an absolute blast together. But it became very apparent that I would never get much credit or blame for anything as long as I was under the very large shadow that he was casting. I decided I wanted to write. I was very frustrated by the fact that it seemed to me at the time that marketing, whether you were a consultant or working at a studio, marketing was the ass end of the horse. a bunch of people who were considered much more important and got paid a lot more money decided what content to make. And then at a certain point, when it suited them, they would throw it over the fence or then haul it to another building or walk down the hall and say, okay, sell it. And that never made sense to me. Now, because my father was in marketing, I'm sure that I was genetically predisposed to feel this way. But it did not make sense to me that there's virtually, now, motion pictures have been, are, and always will be an art form. That is absolutely true. They are also a mass market consumer product. There's no other mass market consumer product I'm aware of in the world where the marketing possibility, once the product is created, isn't factored into the decision about whether or not to make the product. If someone decides they want to make broccoli flavored toothpaste and they want it to be red when it comes out of the tube, a bunch of questions get asked long before you actually make 20 million tubes of red colored broccoli flavored toothpaste. Like, why would anyone want broccoli flavored toothpaste? And what is the advantage of making it absolutely the color no one would think toothpaste that's flavored like broccoli should be? In the movie business, you mostly have to create the product, spend all the money creating it and marketing it, and then over the course of 24 hours, the world will tell you whether they want it or not. But there were basic, simple things I thought someone should be asking that they weren't. So because I was an emotionally spoiled child, I thought, I'll just go write my own stuff. I learned that I was much more enamored with the life of a writer than actually writing. And the same people I was frustrated with now were going to determine whether I ever got paid for the work I was doing. And came back and started down a marketing path that ultimately led me to have the opportunity to run now 3 studios and apply all of the learnings and both the successes and the failures and try to figure out how to make a studio work that combines the reality that it is a mass market consumer product spending hundreds of millions of almost exclusively public money dollars making this movie. And if you don't earn a proper return on invested risk capital, you're not going to have the chance to keep doing it. How do you marry that challenge with the fact that motion pictures are an art form and artists need to be given the ability to create the content? And that challenge has been what's motivated me in one way or another through my entire career.
Oh my gosh, so you brought up so many different things, and I want to come back to, don't be sorry, this is awesome. So I do want to come back to this question about solving that problem in the current environment. But first, what you said about the idea of marketing and having some insights and a strategy before you go ahead and make the thing. We've reached a point now, thanks to all of this digitally transacted entertainment, where we can know a lot more about consumer preferences relative to either genres or delivery or timing or what have you. Do you feel like you have what you need to know to be able to make some of those decisions?
I have a fair bit, not just me, people in my position. We have a fair bit of information. So yes, but there are so many other factors that go into deciding what content gets made and who gets to make it and how much money they're given to make it. And the reality is, and we definitely do not have enough time to go into this in any great detail unless you want to spend the next 25 minutes talking about it. But there's a real challenge in terms of alignment of interests in this business. If you're running a studio and one of the most powerful agents in town calls you and says, I need you to do this. Whether you say yes or no comes with consequences. Now, they know they can't do that every day of the week. But if they say, this is something I need you to do, and if you want to have a producing career when you get fired, and eventually you will, you probably don't want to say no. How do you handle that moment? That is one of 50 things that impacted when I knew I had about 72 hours between finding out I would be running Universal and being announced as the chair. And I spent all 72 of those hours really deeply reflecting on what I wanted. I never thought I would have that opportunity because for the reasons I described previously, as the flag bearer for the ass end of the horse, you don't traditionally end up in the chair job. I didn't know whether it would ever happen again. I took over at a time where Universal was in the midst of the worst run in its 100-year history. What did I want to do with this opportunity? That may be the only opportunity I ever had. So I came up with a very clear set of criteria for how I was going to behave in that job, and I wanted to hold myself accountable for it. And I used the first day in the job, sitting on a stage like this one, in front of a room about this big, which was pretty much the upper half of the Los Angeles part of Universal. And I said out loud, here's how I'm going to make decisions about what we're doing. And you should judge me on this, and every agent and every manager in town is going to judge me on this, and let's see what happens. So I do have plenty of information. Look, it doesn't, some of the information is because we are able to get a real sense of what consumers, individuals and blocks of consumers, what are they wanting to pay for, what are they wanting to watch for free or for a subscription they've already paid, what are they not interested in at all. And some of those things definitely evolve over time. One of the comforting things is human behavior that was actually relatively consistent throughout history about what kinds of stories people like to be told, how they like them to be told, what happens when you break the rules of how certain stories get told, what happens when you make did a movie at Universal called The Breakup. Vince Vaughn came and said, I want to make an anti-romantic comedy. It's called The Breakup. I am willing to take 40% of my current fee to make an anti-romantic comedy. Do not ask me to screw with this, because I know what's going to happen. And by the way, we all know what was going to happen. At the end of The Breakup, for anyone who's seen it, at the end of The Breakup, the audience got pissed off. What do you mean you're not getting back together?
Yeah.
And someone said, well, can we go back and reshoot? And I said, no. The reason he took this money is because he was going to make the movie, but they don't get back together. We had a movie, I wasn't chair of the studio, I had to market a great movie, Friday Night Lights. You make a movie where the team you're rooting for is stopped on the 1-yard line before the end of it. But, by the way, as long as you make it for the right price and you understand that people are going to have a reaction, that's fine. But consumer behavior is not as unpredictable in the macro sense as people sometimes like to claim it is.
Although I will say that there was a precedent for that. Bad News Bears.
Yeah, Friday Night Lights was the dark version of that.
The original Bad News Bears has its darker elements, but yes.
If you can mess with people's expectations, you just have to do it consciously. Yeah. And so, and all that having been said, I have in the 2 prior jobs and the slate that I have now put in place at Lionsgate, which we basically just debuted at CinemaCon 2 days ago in Las Vegas.
Congratulations.
It was good. It was good. Now they have to work. Or I'll be back here as an unemployed, 3-time unemployed student.
Well, you know what, but I'll welcome you back though. If that happens, you can come right back here and tell everybody how it worked out.
I'll be happy to do that.
There we go. So again, so many different things that we could talk about, but this thing that you brought up earlier about figuring out the art and the science of it, and how do we make this business work? So much has changed in the industry over the last 1.5, 2 years, and I recognize there's a certain amount of angst and concern. I personally am very optimistic, but I do recognize that there are certain things, certain elements in the industry that are points of friction. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about things that you'd like to see, whether that's with respect to how we think about greenlighting, or if it's stuff with exhibition, if it's timing, if it's whatever. Do you have any thoughts about, what would get us to a better place?
Well, speaking from my position in my company, I actually love where we're at. We have some very unique advantages at Lionsgate that just don't and can't exist at the legacy studios. So I love the position we find ourselves in. The overhead to run the Lionsgate Motion Picture Group is about $900 million a year less than the overhead to run Universal Pictures. And at the end of the day, when we have Twilight or we have Hunger Games or we have John Wick, the performance doesn't change. We have also, partially because it's one of the things I have been committed to doing over the last 10 years, and partially because we're so much smaller, we're able to spend considerably less in marketing to have the same impact. Now that obviously doesn't mean they all work, they don't. It just means that on John Wick 4, we can spend tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars less than a legacy studio, never have Keanu Reeves call and say, where's the campaign? But the net effect of those two things is that we have a number of movies every year that will not be written about in the press as being wildly successful, but that actually generate a really significant profit. We had a lovely little movie. We have a faith-based arm to our company called the Kingdom Story Company, a partnership. And we had a movie in November called The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, based on a book. That movie, it won't be written about the way Minecraft is being talked about, which by the way is doing massive business today. It's not Super Mario Brothers. It grossed, I don't know, $40 million at the domestic box office. The profit of that movie will cover a larger percentage of the overhead of Lionsgate than a Marvel Avengers movie would for Disney. That gives me the flexibility to make a certain type of movie, as long as we're making it at a particular price, not just to stroke talent I want to be in business with, not just because I need to figure out, but you know, when you think about it, I was nowhere near working at Lionsgate when the first John Wick came out, but John Wick 1 making $40 million at the box office would probably get thrown away if I were still running Universal, because you need multi-$100 million profit generating hits to keep the lights on. We can afford to make different kinds of movies and build and create new franchises. And a lot of what we put on stage this past week is sort of in that family. You know, I definitely think there are changes that have to happen in the industry, the conversations. I think the experience that happens when you go to a movie theater has to improve. And there are questions. The big theme this week at CinemaCon was around windows, and I certainly understand the reason for that, and I respect it, and I don't have answers. I have thoughts. I've had thoughts for years. I thought we should have been experimenting with windowing 20 years ago, and I was very public about it, and go read about it if you care. I thought we should have been way out in front of figuring out. There are people who do not go to movie theaters and will not go to movie theaters because they're too busy, because they have a family and they can't leave them, and want to see the product while it is the global spectator sport, everyone's talking about it. I believe there is a price point that you would not in any way inhibit someone who might go to a movie theater from going to the movie theater and still capture a certain portion of the population that would care and be willing to pay real money for it. I don't know that $19.99 a couple weeks after was it's not where I would have started. But the conversations I had with Exhibition this past week were, I hear you, I know you're uncomfortable. They're pushing for going back to a 45-day window before a movie can be seen at home. And I may be, Lionsgate isn't a market mover in this area, but I may be open to having that conversation. But I don't want us to ignore the fact that exclusivity does not seem to be the primary driver of consumer behavior in virtually any other business that should make sense. When I was growing up, and by quick glance, I must be older than everybody in this room. When I was growing up, at another one of those moments, I have a very clear memory of asking my father when I was 10 years old why I could not watch the Laker game on television. And my dad said, you'll never be able to watch the Laker game on television when they're playing in Los Angeles, unless the game is sold out 2 weeks in advance. Because if you could watch it at home, who in their right mind would pay for a babysitter, pay for gas, pay for parking, pay $8 for a hot dog you could get at home for $1, pay $10 for a beer you could get at home for $1.50? Like, who would go? Now, because the sports owners are a combination of the movie studio and the exhibitor, there came a day when the money that was being offered to televise the games was too good to say no to. So they said, yes, and what do we have to do to make the experience of coming to one of these arenas exciting enough? Because let's be clear, you cannot watch a movie in a better environment than a movie theater. I don't care. I have an amazing, ridiculous theater at home. Like, it's awesome, and I get to watch. Like, Minecraft is waiting for me at home. I can't get more than 16 people, and if they spill a Diet Coke in the room, I shoot them. But I can't. And the screen is 1/5 to 1/20th the size of a serious screen in a real movie theater. Watching a sporting event at home is the best seat in the house to watch a game.
No doubt.
Ari Emanuel's $20,000 a game seat at the Lakers, JJ Redick, the coach, or one of the officials is standing in front of him for half the game. When you're watching a sporting event on television, whatever the best seat in the house is at any individual moment, that is the seat you're sitting in. But the experience of going, they have really worked. Those arenas, for all sports of consequence, those arenas are entertainment destinations. You are way overpaying for the food, but they have worked really hard to make you feel okay about it. And I said to exhibitors this past week, once in a great while, and some circuits are actually good at this, so I don't mean to paint this with too broad a brush, but once in a while, I go to a movie theater, I order popcorn, and I have that moment of horror where I know I'm going to be disappointed, and then once in a while, I'm not. Because while I could absolutely buy coconut oil, I could do the things that are required to make brilliant movie theater popcorn at home, I'm not going to. And once in a while when you get it, even though I know full well that I'm paying an 8,000% markup on the cost of putting that popcorn in a bag, if I get great popcorn in a movie theater, and that's one small piece of a larger puzzle. But people are, you all could, I don't know how many of you did this morning, every one of you could make a Starbucks cup of coffee at home for $0.25. You could buy a Starbucks pod with Starbucks beans and make it for $0.25. And you're all standing in line every day and paying $5. You're going to concerts, you're going to restaurants. Now, you have to pay a delivery fee, but you don't have to pay for alcohol markup. So at the end of the day, you'd be better off from a cost standpoint most of the time. If we're just talking about exclusive, you'd be better off at home. People are going to Starbucks, people are going to restaurants, people are going to concerts, people are going to sporting events. People are going to sports bars. Sports bars is literally just paying excess for the alcohol to watch it on TV. Right. So clearly the experience matters, and we're not doing a good enough job. There are too many trailers before movies start. There are too many ads before movies start. The seats are not good enough. The experience is not good enough. Concessions are not special enough. And we're not doing a good enough job of making the kind of content that people want to see. All of those things have to be adjusted, but I fundamentally believe that sitting with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 500 other people to have a communal experience with the right type of movie is not going to go away as long as we are smart about how we handle our business collectively.
I love that. Now, I will point out that when it comes to sports and watching on TV, if people had us announcing the game in their homes, then it would be a wrap.
The only thing I'm sad about in not pursuing it is that the world missed out on hearing my storytelling.
Can you imagine? Right, we should announce the professional wiffle ball circuit or something. Pickleball, something. Right?
Good chance I'll be available in the next year or two, so just let me know.
Well, it's funny you say that. So what Adam just teased is that since he's been chairman, there are titles that are going to come out that are going to be released over the next year that really are the first ones that you've blessed. Are there any titles that you're really excited about?
You know, there are good things and bad things, as I said, in every job. Here's the good thing. I'm excited about all of them because I said yes. Like every movie there's 1 or 2 holdovers, I'm not going to call them out. But for the most part, from this moment forward, everything. I did not greenlight Ballerina, which is the next big one. But we did a lot of work on it since I ended up in this job, and it's turned out great. But pretty much once you get to the fall, everything after that, I either greenlit or acquired based on the criteria that I mentioned to you before. It has not changed. Some of the metrics I use around it have changed, but the basic criteria around what I'm willing to say yes or no to remains unchanged from the first day I got to Universal, because I have found for me it works, and Universal went from the worst run in its history to the best, and they've done an amazing job of continuing a bunch of those franchises and doing other great stuff. But the fact that every one is something I believe in, and I believe in it artistically, I believe in it creatively, and I believe in it in terms of there is a way to market to the audience to get someone to show up. So I get to go in optimistic with every single one. Then there's the day where you watch the first screening, and they never turn out exactly the way you imagined. By the way, sometimes better and sometimes worse. When people ask why so many movies don't turn out well, the process of making a movie is brutal. And when I occasionally teach classes and people ask why, and I've had over the years to come up with a simple way of describing it. And the simplest way I can describe it, and most of you may already know this may be just silly and redundant, but just to say it out loud, if I gave this room a script, if this was my green light committee, which is, I will tell you, not a democracy, but I definitely seek out a group of people at each company whose opinions I value, who I want to tell me whether they like it or don't. But if I happen to give a script to everyone in this room as my green light committee and you all read it, and we came back tomorrow and I said, show of hands who wants to make this movie. And all of you threw your arm out of its socket with enthusiasm. Like, everyone read it and everyone goes, absolutely yes. Love it, you must do it. The truth is, if we had, and we probably will in a year or two, but if we had some way to plug into each person's brain and create the movie you made in your head while you read that script last night, every single person in this room made a different movie. You all read each line of dialogue differently. If you think musically, you had a different sound in your head for what it might sound like. If you think visually, is it bright? Is it dark? Is it moody? Am I seeing it in wide shots? Am I seeing it in close-ups? You would all have made a different movie. So the director, the actors, the cinematographer, the set designer, the person, the editor, the music person, one of the most important jobs for me and for the team is, how do we all make sure that we're all talking about, we still won't be perfect, but how do we make sure we're all talking about the same movie? But the first time a director sits, you hire Meryl Streep and she walks in as you're getting ready to make a movie, and I don't care how you read the line, you better adjust to how she reads the line. That doesn't mean that Meryl takes direction beautifully, but it just, you're not gonna make every actor read every word the way you heard it. Things that you thought were, where you put a pause, where you try to make something a little lighter than it might appear on the page. Those are all a million times over the things that make making a great movie challenging. But every movie we've got, and some of it is the work that I think the team has done in answering the how to answer the mandates that I've given, and some of it is good fortune. I couldn't force Suzanne Collins to write the perfect Hunger Games story for an audience. I can tell you, for those of you who are fans, if you've already gotten the book and read it, or if you were paying attention, I can tell you that this next book, or the book that just came out a week and a half ago, is the answer to the audience's prayer. There has been a desperate desire to hear this story told, and she has paid attention to it, and everything that's happening. Now, that's on her. I just am the beneficiary of the fact that she had a great experience with us on the hardest Hunger Games movie you could ever have. The last movie was a extraordinary high wire act to pull off. John Wick franchise, the audience, we have a very meaningful ongoing relationship with our fans on our franchises. I know what the Saw fans are talking about, and I know what they're thinking. I know what the Hunger Games fans, and I definitely know what the John Wick fans want. So we made a bunch of announcements this week. Snarky people, or people who just want to be miserable, will sort of talk about it as if we're trying to wring every last bit of water out of the John Wick stone. And I understand that if you're a miserable, snarky piece of shit. What I can tell you is everything we've announced so far, I may get to a point someday where I just have to announce another one. Everything we announced this week is an answer to a very clear, loud audience ask. The audience is desperate. For those of you who are fans of John Wick, the audience has been desperate repeatedly. Tell me about John Wick before we met him in the first movie. And there's this thing called the impossible task. He had to do this impossible task before we met. What was that? Well, we are creating an adult animated movie that answers that question. Why are we doing it that way? We're doing it that way because my other options would be, assuming the audience really wants to hear that story, what could I do? Well, I could recast Keanu Reeves. That's a horrible idea for me today. I could de-age Keanu Reeves. It's expensive. It's worse than that. It just doesn't feel right. And we have plenty of examples of that. Or I can celebrate the fact that adult, and by adult I just mean not exclusively for young children, adult animation over the last decade has become a really powerful, viable storytelling tool. And when you look at any John Wick movie, if any movie feels like it took its inspiration from particularly an Eastern animation style, in color, in palette, in the way it's done, that movie has. That is just a natural extension of a franchise that people want. The Donnie Yen character in John Wick 4, the blind assassin character, we have gotten endless, like, please, what happens after that movie? Donnie is a really talented director. We're going to shoot that movie largely in Hong Kong. A Hong Kong style action movie that follows that character is an audience ask. And the other thing I'm just excited about in general is when you look at the filmmakers who are coming to work with us, it's maybe the thing I'm the most proud of, because Francis Lawrence, who's done the last bunch of Hunger Games movies and has directed an extraordinary adaptation of Stephen King's first written novel, The Long Walk, now made a first look deal with the studio. Paul Feig, who just directed, he directed both Simple Favor movies, but for us, he just directed a movie based on a very sticky best-selling book called The Housemaid, with Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried. He signed a first look deal with the studio. Chad Stahelski, who built the John Wick franchise, signed a first look deal with the studio. Luca Guadagnino is coming back to do his take on American Psycho, which I think is not at all going to step on what the first movie was. And you go down the line, we're getting great people who want to come work with us, and to make movies at a price where I can justify not only the artistic aspiration, but also the business objective.
Okay, all right. We have 2 minutes left, and I want to give a chance for somebody to ask a question, so I'm coming right over here to my man.
Two very quick questions. One, did you happen to see the studio episode?
So the studio is made by Lionsgate.
Yeah, so you may have seen it.
I have chosen not to watch it yet.
So there's a line there that Seth Rogen says was actually told to him, of the guy who says, I've always wanted to make movies, to make good movies, and I'm fearing my job now is to ruin them. Does that resonate at all for you in your job?
No. No, but it resonates that Seth would say it. I have worked with Seth many times, and I understand the lens through which he made the statement. Yeah, live experiences have become, whether it's something like that, which is a combination theme park attraction and escape room, people want to have a drink at the John Wick bar. People want to know more about the tokens. People want to, I'll tell you what, if you have any interest in the John Wick universe, or if you are a live experience person, walking into that building is one of the most fun things I have seen in a long time, because every single part of it is built. You are walking into a John Wick movie. It's extraordinary. You know, for me, in addition to helping the team make, market, and distribute movies well, getting a lot of things that happened at Universal, finding other revenue streams that are authentic ways to extend the business and give fans more of an experience. So we are getting ready to put La La Land up as a stage musical on Broadway. I will tell you that as much as I love the movie, and I do, that experience live is in its own way maybe even better. And I'm not in any way, not because they didn't do an amazing job with the movie, but because listening to that music and being with those characters and watching that dancing happen live is a transformational experience. We have Hunger Games already on stage. We'll have 3 or 4 other Broadway shows coming. John Wick AAA game, Hunger Games. In the gaming space, we have not been hyperactive. There are a couple of properties. I don't want to just do it for the sake of doing it, but there are a couple of properties there that I think we have amazing opportunities. So that is also a part of my purview, and something I'm hoping next time I'm back I can say we've actually had some success.
I love it. I know we're out of time, so I'm not going to get a chance to ask you about the partnership where you do a dog adoption type thing with a John Wick theme or anything like that, but we'll figure those things out next time. Adam, thank you so much for spending some time with us and giving us a chance to see inside
We're catching audio a few times.
This is really impressive.
You should get him for this tiny mic.
That's what it is.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, 100%.
My goodness.
Can we fit 5 more?
I mean, sadly, I've got a lot of room.
Okay, so
Hi.
let's have you take your. Oh, yes. Okay. And then we're just going to start off with a little bit of Oh, great.
Adam.
I'm Riley.
Hey, nice to meet you. Oh, sure. Come on, I want more. We got a couple more. I want more.
Yours right here. Yours right here.
So we're picking this up for James.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. So this is sorry. Hi, I'm Rowan Hirsch. I am a 2026 FEMBA.
I'm Adam Fogelson. I am the chair of the Lionsgate Motion Picture Group.
Awesome. So, if you could explain, how do you approach decision making under high pressure situations?
You know, I have always found that reminding myself that nobody ever makes a better decision when they're panicked, and the simple act of acknowledging that truth and finding space to recognize that you can't always be right, but you have to make decisions, and try to get the noise out of your head, and try to make the most intellectually honest decision you can is the best way to handle it. Stress is part of the game. If you want to reach a high level, you're going to be put in situations where you have to make difficult decisions. Those difficult decisions come with consequences. If you don't like that, you probably shouldn't be in that job. But if you do like it, it doesn't mean you don't feel things, but find a sort of quiet place in your mind and in your heart, and really think through what the question is, and just come up with the best answer you can.
What advice would you give MBA students about building a successful career?
You know, something I said in the room earlier today, I think it's really important that you are honest with yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you want for your life? Not only in your career, but in your personal life. And are you aspiring to do things that are getting you closer to what your actual goal is? I know a lot of people who run really hard and really fast after something with no real thought for what happens if it works? What happens if you become immensely successful? Are you okay with the fact that you may be working 22 hours a day? Are you okay with the fact that you may be traveling 6 months out of the year? Are you okay with the fact that you're going to be in high pressure decision-making moments all the time? Are you an extrovert? Are you an introvert? Asking yourself honest and authentic questions about who you are as a person and what your life goals are, I think is a critical step that people often miss. People see a shiny object that they want to run after, and they don't give enough thought to not only what it takes to get there, but what it will feel like once you arrive.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. You're very welcome. Not at all. Can I keep 3 or 4 of them? Or
If you run right now, it'd be hilarious.
What's that?
Only if I can get a picture real quick. Thank you so much.
Not at all. My pleasure. Yep. Appreciate you there. Not at all.
Another one down.
Exactly. I only got 2 mics. He got 3. Well, he was worthy.
That's unfair. We should have given 4.
Well, so next we got to try to
I was, yeah, so some of the people, when I told them, I said, hey, you guys have to be with us, meaning that you have to look alive. And they said, well, you know, what does that mean to you?
Crickets.
Crickets. It's interesting because I'm really trying to figure out when I ask these questions, what are they thinking? Am I scaring them or challenging? I mean, what am I doing? Because they don't seem to have an answer. What do you think it is? Are they just charisma impaired or what?
It's a different generation, and it is. It's
Face.
I blocked all the lights from the door. I was telling him that there I checked one scene where I mean it was a musical in the that was a board store, soccer board store. You know, they want to shoot this musical with the surfboard in there. Somebody was working there, and then they started dancing. But it wasn't, you know, some people that were breaking in while the dancing. So it was kind of cool. And the lighting there are going to cool down. So after wrap up all these lights in the store, all of them with the shower curtains to software.
This is the music video?
This was a music.
huge.
Okay, so Issa's here. We were kind of like following her, and they told us strictly to, if you want to interview her, you have to talk to her team. But if she wants to get interviewed, she will let us know.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Did you identify someone who's on her team?
Not yet.
Okay.
They just got here.
Okay, good.
So, yeah.
And, you know, we'll do our best. We'll try, and if it works out.
Yeah. But yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you.
I appreciate you.
You see that? Okay, this is what from that. You see the shades. It was bright as a fuck.
Now it looks dark. It looks like it's nighttime.
It looks as if it's nighttime, right? So I blast on the light from the door that comes inside and the shade. I have the whole music. It's a whole song. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
It could be bright as hell. You make it look like it's night.
One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to take everybody's reel or everybody's capture, and I want to see what it is and see what anybody did in terms of capturing anything. I will tell
Oh, I think I changed my camera view.
Everyone's trying to see what
the declining health regular season content across some of the sports.
So my question is in that same vein. You saw this year for the first time in a while, the NFL compete against the NBA for a Christmas Day game.
Yeah.
And it turns out that they did very, very well. And it looks like they're going to offer 3 or 4 NFL games next Christmas. So now they're in direct competition with the biggest game day of the season outside the playoffs for the NBA. How do you think that will impact broadcasting deals for the NBA going forward? Like you said, NFL is king. So if they are going to take one of their highest viewed days, how will that affect the deals going forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would have loved to have been a fly in NBA Commissioner Adam Silver's office when he found out what Netflix was going to be doing on Christmas, which, to your point, was never a big day for the NFL or any day for the NFL at all, but it was a huge day for the NBA. I will defend the NBA by saying, if you look at the numbers this year, NBA did not do as badly as I think some feared and held up nicely. But make no mistake, as long as the NFL continues, as I expect they will, to not even just do Christmas Day, but I think they'll probably eventually get their hands on other things, that is a major competitive disadvantage for the NBA. And I would argue the NBA also is, it's almost like, you know, watching a piece of meat with a vulture swooping over it in terms of what's going on with the All-Star game, which the NBA continues to screw up year after year. And the rating, Adam Silver were here, he'd admit it too. He did actually a few weeks ago say, hey, we tried an experiment, it didn't work, we have to figure something else out. They better figure out something else fast, or competition is going to come there too, because it's sort of like the flabby midsection of the NBA schedule. I thought the NBA did a really good job in recent years. I forgot the name of the league, the sort of in-league, the cup. Right. No, I'm not talking about the playing tournament, although that's great too. I'm talking about a month ago, the NBA, right, thank you, right term, in-season tournament, I think was a step in the right direction. And I look for that to grow continuously, and I think they need to show some of the creativity they showed there and with the play-in game on the All-Star break. Oh, sorry, I can't see anything.
Hi, so I was wondering how much these leagues are considering international markets in their deals, because streaming is obviously like worldwide compared to networks. And you have Messi in the MLS now, you have the Dodgers exploding in Asia, F1 is obviously more popular in Europe than the US. So how much are these leagues considering international audiences compared to the domestic audiences?
Okay, and by the thing's gonna be the last question, but a good one. And there's a number of levels to this. I'm gonna go back to the NBA, where if you were to talk to Adam Silver today and probably say, what is your biggest priority? It is the international market, but maybe not in the way that you're thinking about it, which is taking the broadcast of the current NBA product and broadcasting them internationally. That's a nice business, and I think it's a nice business for all leagues. But what the NBA is focused on is creating additional international leagues with the NBA branding, kind of like the WNBA, which, by the way, forgiveness that I didn't want to this far into the presentation without saluting the incredible growth of women's leagues. You're seeing that. I don't play, I just comment. But certainly that is the beginning of a trend that is going to stick, and I hope to see in other sports as well. Getting back on point, though, I think you're going to see the NBA focused on getting like a European league together. I believe they already have an African league together. The rights to those things are to taking the NBA US product or MLB product. Depends on the leagues. Different leagues have different levels of exposure internationally. NBA and MLB are actually exactly different. NBA is a very global-friendly sport. Major League Baseball is in one territory in Asia, which is fantastic, and maybe there's room for growth there, but Major League Baseball is very much a regional sport, very team-centric, pockets of growth.
Not sure exactly
what teams where. One last point I want to make, when you mentioned Messi and the Apple deal that they have for Major League Soccer. It's been interesting to note what you would ordinarily salute as a big coup. Hey, Apple got soccer exclusively and they got Messi, and that's great to a point, because there has actually been growing criticism that by putting soccer, a growing U.S. sport, on a relatively, for all of Apple's success across many other fields, Apple TV Plus is not the biggest success. And so there's been a lot of criticism that this is actually going to end up limiting the growth of soccer, when it should be more advantaged by a broadcast deal, a more traditional deal that would make it more open. That's all the time I have. Appreciate your time. Check out VIP.
Oh, you do? Brother and sister. My man. This is going well. This is a lot of good progress. Brother can get me. Not yet, you know.
The last 5 years for you. Covers of Variety, Rolling Stone, Vanity Fair, Self Magazine.
Double nominee tonight for her work on Insecure and a Black Lady sketch show. It's the one and only Issa Rae, looking stunning tonight. Issa Rae, who are you rooting for? Everybody black, nothing has changed. Will never change. I don't know what I've seen other successful celebrity entrepreneurs completely centered Black women, but for me that's where it starts. In terms of the film and television I produce, like that's the audience that I prioritize. When I started on the internet, I just wanted to create. And in creating content for the web, you kind of have to be all things. You can't just be a creator. You have to be a marketer. You have to be a business person. You have to be a promoter.
We present the very first key to Issa Rae, the DNA.
It's time for today's Game Changer Award presentation. Please welcome UCLA Anderson Faculty Director and Professor Sanjay Sood.
Hi, everyone.
You know how that is. You got the first
Yep. Thanks everyone for showing up today. It's so wonderful to see you here, and especially a shout out to the alums. So wonderful to see so many alums here today. So it's really my privilege to announce the Game Changer Issa Rae for this year. When we're looking to select the Game Changer Award recipient, we're really looking to find somebody who's blazed a trail in the industry for others to follow. And there are very few people who blazed more trails than Issa Rae. She continues to knock down doors even to this day. So as a professor, I like to talk and search history. And so I'm going to go back a little bit for this announcement to the launch of YouTube back in 2005. Right, in 2007, Issa was already there telling stories in Dorm Diaries, one of the first storytellers to be on YouTube. To promote Dorm Diaries, she was using social media. So she had a Facebook audience. She was trying to gather and connect with an audience way back then. And that helped her launch her next YouTube production, which most of you probably know, Awkward Black Girl, sorry. So with that as a huge success, got a lot of people really looking at her as a different type of storyteller, and eventually got her the deal for Insecure.
I'm going with two
So Insecure is a game-changing show in so many ways. It really depicted Black culture in a way that we hadn't seen before, focused on female relationships in a way that we hadn't seen before, and brought us all in because it was so authentic in its storytelling.
I gotta see if I can get in.
Insecure in my home, I was a big proponent of Team Lawrence. So, you know, for those of you who are Team Nathan, sorry. But then she went on to cross over into film. So, Scene Stealer in American Fiction. Who could forget her role as President Barbie? Yep. Right? And all the dolls and merch that went with that.
I wanted to get the other angle.
But she's also been a game changer away from being an actress. She has her own production company, Hooray, which is an active champion of Black voices and artists that don't normally get heard. She owns a radio production company, or a production company music called Radios. And you know, her taste in music is really something that I admire. I wish I had that kind of taste in music. And she's made LA a showcase in so many of her productions. So if you've seen Insecure, or you've seen some of the other projects that she's done, LA is a star as much as anybody else on the screen. So there really aren't that many people who have been more of a game changer, more deserving of this award than Issa Rae. So it's my pleasure to present the UCLA Anderson 2025 Game Changer Award to Issa Rae.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And this is my honor, you guys. Thank you for having me here. I was happy to.
Okay, so first of all, it's just such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It truly is a pleasure to be here, and thank you again for the honor and the award.
Our pleasure. So the first thing I want to say is now, I'm a nerd, and so it's a lot when I'm sitting next to Spider-Woman. But I gotta say that as somebody who's followed your career, the greatest thing that you've done is write and produce and create. And so I think looking at your body of work, it's just been amazing to watch you bring so many different ideas to life. And I think one of the reasons that we wanted to honor you with this award is that you've done it in a way that's kind of honored the culture and inspired other people. In fact, I was just talking to one of our student volunteers today who was talking about how watching your work has inspired him, which, you know, I love that full circle. Was there anybody that inspired you?
Oh, for sure. Thank you for saying that. I mean, I grew up watching Spike Lee and what he's built and how he centered New York and Black people and our experiences and admired that. And one of the first productions I ever did at Stanford was an adaptation of School Days, just because watching it, you know, even in the 2000s really resonated with me. He made that in, I think, the late 80s. And so he had a huge impact on me, John Singleton, and the way he depicted his experiences in LA, and him being so young was intimidating but aspirational for me. And Gina Prince Bythewood, I always talk about with Love and Basketball, that movie, despite the haters currently.
Wait, there's haters for Love and Basketball?
Yeah, they just feel like Monica was kind of a pygmy and, and like, you know, did too much. They felt like Quincy wasn't really in it, which I can see a little bit, but I don't care.
Right. And the fact that she was able to make that film too.
Oh my gosh, and when Spike Lee produced that, you know, and that premiered at Sundance, and it showcased my neighborhood, and it was just, watching that movie really did change my life and open my eyes to what was possible. This young Black female director centering this simple Black love story during a time when it felt like there wasn't much of that. It was either, you know, the slapstick comedies that we grew up on, or like very kind of serious, dramatic movies. And this was just, oh, it's just two Black people falling in love. How simple is this and beautiful? So it really just helped me to narrow down the kind of stories that I wanted to tell.
Okay, well, it's funny that you should say that. There was a video that I just received yesterday. It's a short video. I wanted you to take a look and see if you have any thoughts. Can you play that video, please?
Hey, what's up, Lisa? Congratulations on the 2025 Game Changer Award. I know you are probably wearing something so incredibly fly right now, and I'm rocking a beanie and haven't been washed for a month. But that is set life in South Africa where I am. But I wanted to give you this shout out. It never ceases to amaze me that you wrote me a letter when you were 16 after watching Love and Basketball, and then I wrote you back. We have a shared love for telling our stories, for centering us in our stories, and you have no doubt that your work inspired a young artist in the same way. You are groundbreaking, not just for the work, but how we work. You have centered us behind the camera in so many ways, and that has had a seismic impact on the industry and the culture. Thank you for always showing up for everybody Black. Congratulations. I know there's so much more to come.
You may not know this, but Gina happens to be UCLA.
I do know that very well. Incredibly moving. Thank you.
Of course, and we'll make sure we thank Gina. Before we get into some questions about all the cool, fly stuff that you're doing besides the stuff on screen, can you talk a little bit about how your perspective has evolved? You were just talking about how seeing School Days, seeing Love and Basketball started to kind of refine and define the kinds of stories that you wanted to tell. Your role in storytelling has also evolved. Has that had any impact on the way you see the kinds of stories you want to tell or what you want to work on creatively?
Do you mean my role in storytelling has evolved in the sense that, you know, like now that I'm producing, yeah, absolutely. It's given me a new perspective just in terms of what I bring to the table on the business side, how I can contribute to elevating other storytellers that I'm a fan of, and how just a cosign goes such a long way. And I take that very seriously, and the first opportunity I had with HBO, but identified that, you know, it was a kind of and it didn't really get to play through in the same way that I wanted to, but just the thought was there where we wanted to have, one of the executives there is incredible, Amy Gravitt, was just like, you know, they love what I did online in terms of finding storytellers and releasing their stories to YouTube, and wanted to replicate that model for HBO for their Friday slide. So that presented an opportunity to bring in so many incredible writer creators that ultimately went on to do great things. But that also led to another opportunity with Sony in Columbia to create a lab to find filmmakers who could get paid to write their first feature, and that led to One of Them Days coming out. And so those kind of programs have helped me to find writers along the way and introduce Hollywood to amazing new voices, whether I was involved or not in their subsequent projects. And that's been incredible because while I'm not actively creating, I'm still helping to open the door for people that will ultimately make the stuff that I love.
So you just touched on something that I was going to ask you about later, but let's talk about it now. When I think about growing up in environments where you have challenges early on, the thing that you get trained to do at an early age is to be independent. You got to be able to do that for yourself, right? And you take pride in that. You know, you're 12 years old and you know, you go home by yourself, you feed yourself, whatever. You start working on projects. You don't want group projects. Nah, not that. I'm trying to shine by myself. But the reality is that there's a point in which if you want to be successful at scale, you got to go from being independent to being interdependent, right? You got to be able to have a squad. And you seem to have like the Midas touch in terms of finding people around you that complement you and that also support you and boost you and so on. Can you talk a little bit about what that's like for you? How do you identify people that you want to work with or that you believe you should be working with?
Yeah, it's simply put a vibe check, but it's been like cultivated in spaces like these, you know, starting in I'd say as early as high school, but really college is where I recognized that this would be the network of people that would ultimately help to shape my career and my future endeavors. And this was a place that would do just that. And truthfully, the people that I met in college have helped, even though they may not be in the same industry as I am, they've just helped me to become who I wanted to be in the best way. And I hope that they can say the same about me. But beyond that, it's been, I always tell a story about just to the vibe check of it, in meeting, and trying to staff the Insecure writers room. I remember being a really big fan of this writer's work. You know, we were reading tons of scripts, just interviewing various writers, trying to staff the room, and I really, really loved this writer's work. And I was like, oh my gosh, she has the perfect voice, and she's so funny, and I can't wait to meet her in person. I feel like, you know, it's hers to lose. And it was hers to lose, because she came to the meeting, and it was, like it just wasn't, it wasn't the right vibe. And I was like, oh, I recognize that I don't care how talented you are, I don't want to be in the same room as you for 8 hours. And that matters. Like, are we going to be in the, do I want to be in the same room for 8 hours with this person, no matter how smart they are, no matter how much, I think they'll change my life. It's just, it's like kind of like dating in a way. You're dating the person that you ultimately are trying to decide whether or not you want to marry. And I did not want to marry this person.
I understand. This was before remote work, so what can you do?
I gotta really sit next to you and be around you. And that's nothing, that is literally just our chemistry. That's nothing to say anything about like her and her talent or anything like that. It's clearly because she's very talented, but it's, and she's met all the other people and that and been successful, but it was just literally, we don't have that chemistry, and I recognize that about myself early on. And then there's also like, I need to also feel comfortable being honest with you. And one of the best creative collaborations I've ever had has been with Prentice Penny and Insecure. And that's because, you know, he met me outside of a book signing I had, and we just stood outside and just discovered this about each other. doing like a podcast, but he came up and he had written me like a letter to be a part of the show and talked about how he resonated with the Insecure pilot and his background, and he was from View Park, and he also worked at a nonprofit, and someone had just asked him what On Fleek was, so he was like, I really see myself in this show, even though I'm a Black male and a few years older than you, and so I was like, oh, he seems cool. And then he rolled up to my book signing in Lamar Park, and we spoke outside for like 20 minutes. And they had sent me his materials. And so recently, just like last year, we were doing a podcast together, and I was like, can I admit something to you? I never read your shit. It was kind of just like, yeah, he seems cool. And he was like, can I be honest with you? I ain't never seen Awkward Black Girl. I was like, what? But like, I came up and I was like, I read the pilot, you seem cool. And it was just such a perfect matrimony. I was like, oh, we're the same lazy person, just going off of like, yeah, you seem cool. But we were both correct. And he was the most, egoless collaborator I've ever had, and he's taught me so much, and people always ask me if I've had mentors, and I didn't think about him as a mentor just because we felt like peers in a different way, he had way more experience, but he acted like a peer, but he taught me so much and never came from a place of I know this and I'm do this because I've been through it. It's just more, he taught me the kind of relationships that I want to have in this industry.
So you're actually also teasing a thing I wanted to ask you about a little later, which is, if you're an MBA student, raise your hand. So, okay, so you got a lot of folks here in business school, in graduate school, because they believe that what we tell them in the class is going to work out in real life. And it does mostly. But the reality is that for a lot of successful people, the journey they actually find themselves on is not the one that you read about in the textbook. It's not like, oh, first take this step, then get this internship, then talk to. And you're a perfect example of somebody who didn't necessarily wait for permission and kind of figured out your own thing. Can you talk a little bit about your journey, back, maybe just before Awkward Black Girl, when you were thinking about, okay, so what am I actually going to do, and what that was like? Because you had other considerations and options and stuff like that, and you chose to do this. Can you talk about what that was like back then?
I really appreciate the framing that I didn't wait for permission, because that's the other side of it. There was lots of years where I was like, please, permit me. Like, there was trying to make it the traditional way, trying to write spec scripts, trying to get internships, trying to rise up in the ranks. And then, of course, as a kind of a last resort was, okay, let me create my own projects, and that led to what it led to. But yes, I tried to break through the way that they tell you is the best way to make it in the industry, and it just wasn't fruitful. And I also found myself like, damn, should I be more friends with white people at Stanford? Like, why not? I want these connections. All my friends are getting jobs. Like, why do I keep myself in this bubble? African American studies? What was I thinking? So there were definitely those moments where I was like, I really have to make it work. And those moments where, you're watching your friends who are on a very clear path. Like, they know what their next thing is going to be. Oh, you're a diplomat, and now you're going to work for, ultimately the State Department. You're doing this, and you're in law school, so then you're going to, you're now or whatever it is. There's a path for you, and I don't have that same path beyond, like, click and upload on a YouTube video. And that was painful at the time. And so it was just kind of trying to learn as much as possible in my field, so I didn't have to be beholden to waiting for permission. Because even on a small scale, if I didn't know how to edit my videos, and I would have to be waiting on an editor to tell me yes. If I didn't know how to light on a very basic level, I have to wait for somebody to be available to light it. So it just came down to, I don't want to wait for anybody any longer to make what I want to make. And that sentiment still holds true even today, where there are different kinds of kind of golden handcuffs of waiting. And I am trying to figure out my way of circumventing that.
So one of the things that I think about when I think about your early career and where you are now, is what the grind must have been like trying to put out YouTube videos on a regular basis, because that must have been, especially at that time in your life, a 24-hour, right, round the clock, always on. We got to get this thing done. We got to get this thing done because the next episode is due. And so we've reached this point, you mentioned the golden handcuffs, but where you have more resources to work with. But then I see you say, oh, well, that's cool. So now that I got this on lock, let me just go open a restaurant. I'm going to have, some coffee. I'm going to start a little music situation over here. Like you have, what, half a dozen different businesses that you're managing right now, in addition to all the stuff that you're doing creatively. And frankly, I just don't understand how you do that. So I would love you to just explain, time management.
Oh, time management I'm not good at, but I do have capable partners, and I collaborate with a lot of people that, again, comes down to the vibe check and the trust, and it's mutual. The best example of another amazing collaboration is the Hilltop Coffee, and that came from a desire to start a coffee shop, long time desire, just because that's where I do most of my writing, and have been, I would always have to leave my neighborhood to go do that north of the 10, and I hated that, and I just wanted something in my neighborhood. So as I continue to find success in the industry and let me get more money, I told my business manager it was something that I wanted to start, and he was like, I'm on it, I'm figuring it out. And then, years have passed, and I'd be like, yo, what's up? I still want this coffee shop. Like, the funds are coming in, you see it, what's up? And he was like, no, I'm working on it. And then after another year passed, I was like, yo, what's up? Like, I want this coffee shop. And he was like, sis, who's gonna grind the beans? And that changed my life, because I was like, oh, I'm not going to be in these. I'm still working on Insecure. I'm not going to be in the coffee shop grinding the beans. He was like, I want to find you the partners that are going to make this happen for you, and that you can collaborate with. So he introduced me to AJ and Yoni, who had just started a coffee shop literally down the street from my house, and they were going to open one in Inglewood. And we met each other, and I didn't want to be a person that comes on and to be like the public figure face and either inhibit anything they're trying to do or take credit for anything that they built. And they were really open about just what my contributions could be. And again, egoless people in terms of collaborating with each other. And that since then I've been able to replicate that relationship with, Sienna Naturals on the hair care line, and even braid jewelry, cast jewelry with the braid collection. And just, that's kind of what I look for, just trying to be as valuable as possible, but not in the way. And obviously contribute where I see fit and lend my expertise, and also let other people cook in their areas.
So I assume that there must be a little bit of push-pull when you talk about trying to figure out where your expertise ends and where you need to let other people cook, because you learn fast.
Yeah, I do, but I learn fast, but I also love working with people who are smarter than I am. And that's also really, really helpful. I can tell now the difference I've learned between people who may know more than I do in some area, and that's when it comes to, well, okay, I can learn that just as fast. But if you're smarter than me in certain areas, then I value that, and I always appreciate that. And that's something that has been appealing to me as I also forge these relationships and hire and do everything.
Love it. So one of the things that, I don't know if you heard Sanjay say it when he was introducing you and talking about one of the reasons that we wanted to give you this Game Changer Award was the way that you show up for LA and the way you show LA to the world. It's just incredible the way you kind of peel back the veneer of LA and show folks the real culture. Can you talk about what it's like to do productions in LA? I don't know how hard that is for you to pull off, and if that's changing, and what do you think that's going to be like in the future?
Oh, thank you for that. It is harder, and I've had to fight to shoot in LA, and I've also had to take a step back to be like, am I too attached to LA? Like, am I making in the sense of business decisions and maximizing the budget, you know, I've had arguments to be like, no, we're not shooting Atlanta for LA. Like, I don't want to watch this movie and be like, that is not where they say they're shooting. And that's because I have a strong attachment to it. For one of the days, you know, that was a fight to just be like, look, all right, it's our first movie out the gate. We did Insecure and represented LA. Like, I can't go out like that and have Peachtree Street representing. And that, you know, that impacts the budget in the long run, but I think on the screen, all the validation comes when people who are from LA are like, oh, I know exactly where that was shot, or my family just being like, oh, that was shot at that strip mall over there. Okay, no. So in that way, I have to, and I have a little bit too much pride, and I'll get smarter because it is harder to shoot here. But I think that I know that as an industry, we can have an impact in terms of getting these tax credits or making it more appealing to shoot here. I think we're pricing ourselves out in certain areas and not using our power to the best of our abilities. And while, you know, I know the mayor and governor are working on ways to incentivize filmmakers, I think there just need to be certain mandates, and especially if we want Hollywood to survive, because this is kind of it. You have so many cities and countries replicating this model, and we will lose if we don't make it a priority to shoot here.
Yeah, and part of that. By the way, one of the days is on Netflix right now, isn't it?
It is, yes. It just got on Monday.
That's right. That's right. So if you haven't seen it, make sure the kids are asleep. But go ahead. Yeah, I think the when we talk about filming in LA, in the same way when we talk about trying to make sure we tell stories that people don't get to hear very often, it starts with the writing, right? There has to be a reason that the story's in LA. There has to be a reason that there's a Black woman as the lead character, right? Something that's part of the story, so that doesn't get changed down the road as we start moving into decisions that get made later, right? And as you say, with the governor, the mayor, and other, you know, people interested in the larger community and our welfare, we need to be more intentional about making sure that we keep production here. That's going to be, I think, a real challenge for the next 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, it is, unless again we rally and make sure. I mean, this is such a huge part of our economy, so I don't see how we're not making this more of an urgent matter.
Noted. We will make it more of an urgent matter. Right? So one of the things that I wanted to check in with, because I heard folks laughing when Professor Stewart was talking about Insecure, is that there's so many moments in the stuff that you write that become these conversations. I don't know why that is, but there's, you know, there'll be a situation that comes up where something somebody says, and then it's all over social media, or people have got comments, there's memes, there's all kinds of stuff going on, where the things that you've created live on in the culture. And I'm wondering if that's the residue of your approach, or if it's just because, you know, the people that you work with, there's, I mean, is this something that happens for you intentionally, where you create those situations that, you know, well, after they see this episode, everybody's gonna be talking about such and such, or is that something that just kind of happens?
You know, you hope that people are talking about your work. For Insecure specifically, so much of it was just, the writers' room was so fun, and we had like so many hot takes, just because of who we brought into the room. By Prentice and I's nature, like Prentice is kind of a provocateur. He's an instigator in so many ways, and I am as well. And so there are a lot of discussions, a lot of battle of the sexes discussions that would come in the room naturally, just because there were more women than men in the room, and he felt like he had to hold us down. And sometimes women, myself included, there were some episodes where we write like love interests for Issa and Molly, and he would read it and he'd be like, who is this nigga? Like, there's no man that's like this. And then it was part of a conversation about The difference is
and now we're back to love basketball.
High key, yes. And so a lot of those conversations and passionate discussions that we have in the room would make it on the screen. I remember we were writing a character named Jared in the first season that Molly dated, and he was based off of so many of our experiences. But even him, there was an episode where Molly shows up drunk at his place after like rejecting him 3 times for stupid reasons. And I think one of the writers had written the scene initially where, you know, she comes to a place drunk and he's kind of had it with her, but he still lets her in and she spends the night. And then she wakes up and he's put a cup of water by her bed. And he was like, absolutely not. No bed is, this bitch is ditched him like 3 times. And like called him gay when he just said, like, and now he's bringing her a cup of water to get out of here. And he got so upset about it. And that was what we needed. Like we needed that push and pull. And so I think that led to a lot of conversations. Even that character storyline came from, you know, me asking my friends, like if a guy had a sexual experience one time with another guy, would you still date him? And the responses I got from friends were just like, no, like he's gay. Like that was something that I brought to the room. And the reactions there were like, oh, this is a sensitive topic for no reason. So let's put it in the show and let's make it a gray area. So to determine whether or not, you know, people will agree with whether or not this makes them, you know, queer or if Molly's biphobic and all these things. And that was more of an intentional thing. And I think when it came out, it was a bit controversial because the opinions had evolved, but it's still controversial in, I would say, non-coastal cities, you know? And I find that that's like also something that we didn't anticipate. And, you know, this is a very LA show and opinions aren't the same elsewhere, and especially opinions in the Black community. But it was just always fun to mine who we were and put that in the room.
So now I hadn't thought about this until you brought it up, but the difference between the kind of very specific call and response that happens with urban culture, let's say, versus the platform you have if you're on Netflix or HBO or whatever, you know, especially now with your producer hat on, how does that affect your thinking about, you know, what you would have on a show, what you would talk about in a film?
It doesn't affect the stories that I want to tell, but obviously this you know, DEI pushback, where a lot of networks are scared to make Black shows is kind of crazy. Like I just, you know, even had a script circulating where we were trying to sell where someone was like, "Is this too Black?" And that was it. You know, that's a real conversation that people are having because they're scared of things being too racially motivated. Like everyone's very, very scared right now, and that can be discouraging, but it doesn't change the types of stories I want to tell. It may just change the approach and the way that I sell it. I know that, you know, even that question may come from executives who look like us because they're also like, I don't want to be seen just kind of pushing an agenda. I still want a job, but I don't want to be targeted as this, you know, this person who is just pushing the DEI agenda because then what's my value? So it's complicated and gross and I hate it, but like we're never in this business capitalizing off of a trend. And so like we remain dedicated to featuring and telling our stories.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you for that, and in particular because 90% of the game is execution. I understand, and I'm going to ask you in a second to talk about pitching and getting to yes, but the reality is that part of it is the proof is in the pudding, right? I'm sure there were executives at Marvel when they talked about greenlighting Black Panther and they were going to put Ryan Coogler on it. It was going to be an almost all black cast. Some people are like, are you sure that's a good thing? Right? It got done. It was executed flawlessly. Flawlessly. It was a film and it made billions of dollars. But we know that that sometimes is what's required if you want to get the next opportunity, right?
Yeah, and that's the burden that so many of us carry. Even releasing One of the Days, it was like, this is a comedy that gets to go to the theaters, and that's already rare, led by Black women, and there hasn't been a Black woman-led buddy comedy since Babs in 95, 96. Am I correct?
Yeah.
True, I think it was
92? Well, a long ass time ago. And so even that, the pressure of like, this has to do well in theaters because one, they won't release a movie like this in theaters again if it doesn't. And two, like, you know, a Black female like comedy, people say that they're just not, they're not theatrical and they can't be successful. And so the pressure of that alone is just like, damn, we just want to make a funny ass movie and release it and showcase the talents of people we believe in. All of a sudden does become burdened with this pressure and politicized in so many ways in the industry. And so that sucks. But then of course when it's a success, people are like, we should do more of these. What haven't we been making comedies and why aren't they theatrical? And so that's just the nature of like, we have to do it right to get more opportunities. And I'm used to it by now.
Okay, now I do want to come back to the other question about pitching, because I know we talked about how you got started when you really finally stopped asking. But in the role that you're in now, there's a lot of asking. You pitch folks, they pitch you, and so on. Can you talk about how you frame opportunities to get other people to see what you see and get them on board?
Candidly, I'm grateful for Zoom culture now, only because I've been a terrible picture. Like, I get terribly nervous, and I read off the paper. I will read off the paper pre-Zoom, and I definitely Zoom. I'll be like, you know, you see my eyes darting, I don't care, because I am a writer. My best, yes, I perform, but my best work is like reading what I've written. And I want it to be sold, and my nerves will get in the way of that. And so, like, yeah, I'll put my little jokes and things in the pitch, and I'll go off book and things like that, but I need a structure. And for me, it just comes down to when I'm being pitched to, obviously, the person behind that in the story, because I recognized that early. I was like, oh, they didn't buy this idea, they bought me. Oh, no wonder they're not attached to this. Sometimes I thought, like, oh, I sold this show, and they love the show, and I realized, oh no, they're buying me and my ideas, and that's why we get to by the time we get to the draft stage, it might be different. And so that recognition has made me not take things personally. It's just like, oh, okay, you're mining the ideas from me, and you're molding this show and this opportunity into your needs for this network. And so once I realized that it's a business and it's not like getting overly attached to everything, I may hold firm on, you know, conceptually certain things, but I want the show to get to the air, and I want to make the best show possible. And if I trust the executive, which most times I do, then we can get there. And that has changed my perspective on so many things. Similarly, in being pitched, I'm buying the writer, and sometimes I am buying an idea because, again, like, I just either I might be cognizant of what is most appealing to the marketplace, and so this person may be the best person to deliver that, or, you know, I am just attached to whatever this creator makes. But I'm always looking for someone who can take notes well, that is firm in their vision, but isn't too attached to elements, because I've seen that tank. And I've seen people also be too distrustful of executives to their detriment, of just like, they're trying to change me, or, oh, this is not my idea. It's just like, you can hold on to this part of it as much as you want to, but this version is not going to make the air. So if you want to try to find who's going to make your version as is, great. But if you want to be more flexible and have more, like, just be more open-minded to what this could be, then you have a better chance of this being on the air.
Okay, so something that you said about people pitching you has me thinking about some of the things I experienced as a kid. When I was young, and I'm old now, unfortunately, there was a thing called a TV brick. Does anybody remember TV brick? Does anybody? There's like 3 people that remember TV brick. TV brick was a piece of styrofoam shaped like a brick.
TV brick?
Brick.
Oh,
right? So it was a piece of styrofoam painted to look like a brick. And so if you saw something on TV that you didn't like, you throw it at the TV.
Wait,
Where that's not styrofoam, you use a sponge. In the back of your home, you got a little, spongy brick.
Were they sold or you made it?
No, they were sold. People bought TV bricks.
It's a real thing?
Up in the day, there was a startup, probably about the same time that you were getting started, where there was an app that would send the recipient the word yo.
What?
And they got funded.
That's...
Now, I bring up these examples just to say this. There are a lot of ideas that sound great to some people. And there are a lot of ideas that sound great to lots of people. And sometimes it's hard to see through the fog to see if those ideas are going to work or not. When you're listening to somebody pitch you, are you envisioning, oh, this is what it'd be like if I throw my special spice on it? Or are you thinking, oh, no, there's an existing market for that. I'm sure that's going to be great. Or are you assessing the believability of the person pitching? Like, is there something, like, what do you because again, TV break.
What an outstanding question. Thank you for that. I see what you did. It's definitely the last two. One, I love getting excited about an idea. I don't think about myself in that idea, and I don't want to think about myself. I want this to exist and be great without anything that I could bring to it, And so a lot of me gets excited about what is being presented to me and whether or not it exists, especially if I haven't seen it in the marketplace. Because you'd be surprised, you get so many repeats, and I get so many people pitching me my own shit, it's like Insecure, and it's like, well, I already did it. Why would I want you to do it? And why would I hear it? Or, like you said, I'm also assessing, can you pull this off? You've created this incredible idea, but it goes to what I'm speaking to earlier. Are you going to be too precious about certain things? Are you going to be a collaborator? And, what do you need from us? And how can we help support you? And are you going to know that? And the believability of it, is this authentic to you? Because some people create things, I'll give you the best example where so many people have, so many writers who aren't of a certain experience, if they want to portray the Native American experience or the Latino experience, they're like, I am not of this and I'm not from this, or the Black experience, they might come to us and be like, this idea would be great, I'm not the person to bring it to life, I want to be partnered with someone that can help me, and that's where I feel like your production company can be helpful, and we're navigating those things, and I also have to assess okay, this idea is brilliant, they're not the person to bring it to life, do we have someone in our arsenal that we can pair them with to make this the most authentic, cool version? So there are those aspects, but common in all of them is someone who knows, and it's self-aware, just about what they're bringing to the table, and the extent they're willing to collaborate.
Okay, so I want to circle back to one thing that doesn't seem to be related to any of the other things, which is I understand that you now own a sports team or have part ownership in a sports team.
Part ownership, yes.
Yeah, say more, please.
It's an MLS team, San Diego Football Club, SDFC. I'm a soccer fan, and I got the opportunity to present it, so I was like, yeah.
So basically that's when I got to root for SDFC.
You do have to root for SDFC. We just beat LAFC. It was kind of painful. I'm not gonna lie. Being from LA, being in San Diego, being like, go City. And like being next to my brother and his friend.
And they were driving back to LA.
They tried to back to LA that same night. Like, whew, okay, we whipped their ass, but cool. Here I go home. But I love it. I really do. It's so much fun. And for me, like even in that partnership, I want to, and we're in talks to just use the ecosystem that we have available at Hooray and figure out how to plug in, whether it's on, you know, the music side, whether it's on the player side, the content creation side, like there's so many opportunities, whether it's on the sparkling wine side, like there's just so many plays there. But I really want a women's sports team.
Okay, noted. Noted. All right. I know we're running out of time, and I realized with what you just said that there was a thing that I wanted to ask you about a while back that I didn't because you mesmerized me with all this brilliant insight, which is music. One of the things that I see in a lot of your work is this incredible, really close connection to music, and I know you have a production company as well. How does music influence you, and is there, you know, a strategy for you when you think about your relationship to music and the things that you work on related to music?
Absolutely. Music is always a part of anything I create. It's another form of telling stories. It elevates stories. And like, you know, I mentioned Spike Lee. I think he was one of the first filmmakers I noticed music in. Whenever I hear Change Is Gonna Come, I think about Malcolm X driving. The emotion that just evoked for me and how like a simple driving scene could be elevated and just cemented in my own core memories because of that. And even like the 90s teen movies that I used to watch, you know, from She's All That to Real Intentions, like all these movies that were basic seeming, music would elevate them and again attach themselves to my own personal journey, and that's what I seek to do anytime I have a placement in any scene or movie. And then just again working with artists who are also, again, like I said, storytellers, and hopefully creating these ecosystems around them. That was the impetus for starting radio, and that has since evolved into, you know, we have a music supervision company that works with shows outside of our own production company, and they're a brilliant team. We have a podcasting unit and label and publishing deal with Def Jam and UMPG. So there's just ways to extend the branches of our storytelling.
So are there any artists that you haven't worked with that you would like to work with?
Any artists? Of course, so many. Now I'm gonna draw a blank, but fuck. This pisses me off because I always walk out like I should have said. But I always talk about Stevie Wonder because Stevie Wonder is very precious about his music, rightfully so. But his volume and body of work it could launch epics. Just in terms of the stories that could be told. He just writes so beautifully and vividly, and nothing's really been done with his catalog yet. And I'm itching, I'm bursting at the seams.
That's right. And so
yeah, like the podcast that just came out in terms of telling his story and all that.
And so my takeaway right now is that so are my student fellows in here? Hands up high, student fellows. So I've got these crackerjack 18 MBA students. They're supposed to be helping me with different things. So I'm taking notes. So it's women's sports team, Stevie Wonder. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, I like that. Y'all got the Gina Prince Byler video, so I believe in it.
That's right. We don't play. So last question, because I know we're running short on time. Do you have any advice for these students? I mean, you were a student once. What would you tell them?
The same thing I always say. The people who you work with who are going to change your life are in this room or on this campus. Make sure that you're getting to know them. Make sure that you're working with them. Make sure that you're talking to each other about where you want to be and help each other get there. Because really, that's the best and only way. They will look out for you. I can't tell you how many people looked out for me on my journey when I needed a quick job, when I needed a connection. when I needed someone to hold the camera for me, when I needed whatever, it came from this environment. So I hope you're tapping in.
All right, so I have to say, I think about our culture and popular culture more generally as like a big quilt. And you are one of my favorite squares.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we go, right here. It's perfect. Hold that. One last one here. We go to space.
We get lucky with that way. Are we gonna get it? We might be able to. All right, let's go quick. Get ready, get prepared. I'll see y'all out there.
Baby, if you want me to be your doctor, I think I see the problem. It only don't get worse. I need to get it over first. All right.
Yes, I do.
For what? Talking.
Yeah, great job.
Hey.
Good job, Jen. You didn't know. You didn't know, but you remember the TV break. Thank you so much.
So now you can relax.
Yes, now I can relax. Okay.
Oh, no, we leave it. Okay. Oh, Michelle. Michelle, please.
I just heard a familiar name, that's all.
It's okay. They were going outside.
Thank you.
You guys finally threw him on the tripod.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to get the seat right here so I can get here.
And put it on your side. I thought that was
Oh.
You smiled and gave the peace sign, and you said that was it.
Oh, thank you.
Everything else, that's what we were waiting for.
I appreciate that.
You missed it. I was trying to have you come up forward.
I was there.
I was walking that right next to me.
I was walking right behind you.
I know. I saw you. I was just,
You've been really directed in a real way. Thank you.
hurry up.
I was
Missed out.
backstage. Thank you.
You like that? What's up? No, I saw you right in the front.
I was trying to find my way, and then you were there like, come on.
Now, let me tell you, I know my little secret. I'll see you again next year.
Do you have a card? Can we keep in touch?
Yeah. This is a watch it. Yeah, I like you have like a program and get you to like.
Oh wow, we're the DAKAR Foundation. We have a registered apprenticeship program for digital media, arts, and entertainment.
Like you should get connected to her. She's done great work. Always looking for people to work on that.
Well, how can we?
Interns, volunteers,
Yes.
big interns.
PAs, that they want to go to the camera department.
This is fantastic because what happens is we have students that have paid work experience. So we slot them with a project for you. The government is paying for their hours. So that way they can get the experience. And we just want to track and make sure that they're learning certain skill sets that meet those standards. Yeah, and then you guys get a lot of credit too because you're helping students grow in the economic development for workforce. Can we, do we tap or should we, or you want LinkedIn? Should I connect on LinkedIn or what do we think? All right, perfect. That's the best way. Yep.
I do like it. We have a lot of productions coming up, and if I can, they have experience in the art department, the camera department. And my husband's a director too.
Wow, all in the family.
We keep it in, keep it in the family.
Yes.
We do. What's your name?
My name is Shane. It's like rain and pain. More importantly, Jane. Okay, so it's spelled differently. Shane Heiner.
And then you can just follow up just to be known.
Perfect. All right.
And I are in the same group.
Wow, you guys are too cool. So I'm gonna put the company name down, DAKAR, so you'll remember that.
Okay, great.
It's a unique name, and it's the namesake. It was our founder's nephew who passed away, so they named in his honor. So I'm Shane Heiner from DAKAR. Perfect. I got it.
Okay, you just let me know what you need.
All right, perfect. Can you text me as well?
Maybe. Okay, Jesse Odio, so you remember.
Oh, thank you so much, Jesse. Such a pleasure. Okay. Yes.
No, you didn't put your number in.
Oh, what the heck?
We're tired. It's been a long day.
Thanks for saving me
Here's
on
the
that.
name. Remember it. Find me. I know it's
There it is.
I gotta run into a lawsuit.
I'm on here.
We got yes. Thank you.
We're gonna get connected.
Perfect.
So you have a team that you get paid in the government. What about video?
Yeah, as part of the WIOA, there's more than one pool.
Where are you located?
We're right here in South Los Angeles, all over Los Angeles.
I did work, and they have development land. So when that comes home,
now what is it refer?
Workforce investment.
But what is the industry that they're paying the grant is for? Like, because there's different, usually they pay out for, like, this is digital media entertainment, but I have another organization because I do tech and I help build the technology that tracks all of what they're doing.
So I have a whole, I build it. So I help over 14,000, 15,000 youth. They're now millennials, now 35, 46. Now I'm training the next generation. So your team are Gen leaders.
Yes.
Yeah, I need some good quality leaders.
Perfect. Yes. Yeah, we're focused from basically 16 to 24, even though we can go beyond that. But we have a range. 16 to 24 is the hot spot.
All right, you get connected with me, and you see me.
Yes.
Next time you just, my other friend's VP of TKO, former Endeavor.
Oh, wow.
Where did he go then? He disappeared. I don't know. You left him behind.
She's a fast mover. She's a mover and shaker, as they say.
Your other friend who just got. No, what I said, hey, just walk. I'm going to be talking to you. No, because I just said I'm going to have lunch with your best friend.
Yeah.
What? I said, let's all have lunch. She's like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Where is my picture? And then you're mentioning about that Dean Society thing. What do you guys do? For someone to like super fast, it works. It's not bad.